Chapter 2984. His growth was greater. Chapter 2984. His growth was greater. Scarlet Plume's pupils constricted, immediately feeling the change in Yi Yuan's body. But he did not care, because from the beginning until now, he had never used his own trump card ultimate move. Since that's the case, then I'll let you witness my trump card too. Watch closely, Dragon G. Oh, Debao. Behind Scarlet Plume, a pair of red wings was actually born, his bloodline power instantly rising to the extreme. This move was his ultimate trump card. Fighting with Yi Yuan until now, he never used it either. The moment this move came out, it caused an uproar again. It's Dragon G. Oh, Debao. Lord Scarlet Plume is finally using this move. No, wait, this isn't Dragon G. Oh, Debao. The power of this move is much stronger than Dragon G. Oh, Debao. What the H-E-L-I do you know? Lord Scarlet Plume comprehended a lot of that boy. He fused his comprehension into Dragon G. Oh, Debao. So that's how it is. Lord Scarlet Plume is really too awesome. This move was clearly extremely popular in the Dragon City tribe. As soon as Scarlet Plume used it, the whole place seethed with excitement, as if Yi Yuan's defeat was already a foregone conclusion. It was only to see Scarlet Plume bend his body and bow in Yi Yuan's direction. Boom! The sky exploded, a raging to the extreme, but immaterial energy collapsed toward Yi Yuan through S-P-A-C, a perfect combination of bloodline and S-P-A-C. Furthermore, Scarlet Plume was really a genius. He directly integrated the spatial rule utilization that he learned from Yi Yuan, turning it into his strongest ultimate technique. The power of this move was explosive. At the same time, Yi Yuan moved too. However, compared to Scarlet Plume's huge commotion, it seemed a little quiet on his side. There was naturally a series of contemptuous voices in the Dragon City tribe. This was your so-called ultimate move. It was also too weak. Right. Boom. S-P-A-C shattered, and energy exploded. The shattered S-P-A-C seemingly turned into a giant rolling wave, Russ. H-I plussing towards Scarlet Plume, just like the name wave was. H-I plussing sand. S-P-A-C was shattered into grains, drawing a wave above the void. It was too beautiful. The two ultimate techniques that two great geniuses created themselves collided together without the slightest flash. H-I plus Ness. Boom. The earth trembled heavily and mountains swayed. Those who were slightly weaker could not stand firm at all. In the next second, everyone was greatly shocked. It was only to see that above the void, Scarlet Plume suddenly spurted a mouthful of blood from his mouth, wildly, his enormous body unable to stand anymore, falling from the void. Boom! The ground directly had a large hole smashed out. Defeated. This is impossible. How can Lord Scarlet Plume be defeated? Lord Scarlet Plume, hurry up, quickly fight back. It's merely losing one move. It's no big deal. Lord Scarlet Plume, hurry up and come out to take care of this punk. Dragon City tribe, everyone was cheering Scarlet Plume on. But inside the large hole, Scarlet Plume did not respond for a long time. Everyone's hearts thumped, having a bad feeling. Yi Yuan slowly landed, and also took a long time before catching his breath. This fight was really difficult. However, thanks to Scarlet Plume, he unleashed all of his potential, not only broke through his bloodline bottleneck, but he also even created an ultimate spatial technique that belonged to him. Concerning Mi Tian's spatial 8 styles, all the moves were extremely powerful, but those were part of Mi Tian's inheritance, after all. What belonged to oneself was the strongest. Under Scarlet Plume's pressure, Yi Yuan finally achieved mastery of the 8 styles through a comprehensive study of the subject, comprehending the strongest move, wave was. Plussing sand. It was just that when Yi Yuan made his move, he condensed his strength without dissipating. That was why it seemed weak. But what Scarlet Plume, who had a showdown with him, received was a heaven-shocking blow. Under this blow, he absolutely did not have the strength to fight back anymore. Scarlet Plume was extremely talented. His comprehension ability was extremely strong. But comparing comprehension ability, Yi Yuan examined his own conscience and felt that he did not lose to anyone. Walking all the way until today, what he relied on was not a powerful bloodline, heaven-defying inheritance, but his comprehension ability that was powerful until it made people despair. Alchemy Tao, Formation Tao, Spatial Rule, the power of origin. Without heaven-defying comprehension ability, how could Yi Yuan possibly go step by step from the mortal world to the peak of myriad worlds? Even talking with the Gemins, Scarlet Plume grew in battles. How was Yi Yuan not the same? I lost. From the large pit came Scarlet Plume's feeble and reluctant voice. Since his mountain challenging started, he had yet to taste defeat. Scarlet Plume's character was extremely strong, but such a failure still made him reluctant. Dragon City Tribe instantly exploded. The old patriarch's face had a disbelieving look of shock. Feng Qingxian also had a look of shock on her face. Clearly, she did not quite dare to believe this conclusion. But Scarlet Plume already lost. Could it still be fake? Feng Qingxian came back to her senses and said with a light smile, "The genius that you all take pride in seems to have lost." Old patriarch, in comparison, it seems like the man that I'm curious about is even more extraordinary. The old patriarch looked at her and muttered, "But how is this possible? Scarlet Plume has clearly already grown tremendously during the fight." Feng Qingxian smiled and said, "That's because Yi Yuan grew more during the fight. Scarlet Plume is very strong. He's even stronger than some Heaven Qian grade bloodline. But it's also precisely because of this that it thoroughly stimulated Yi Yuan's potential. The old patriarch still did not dare to believe it, but at his age, he knew that what Feng Qingxian said was right. Breaking through bloodline in the midst of battle, comprehending an incredibly powerful move. What was more monstrous than this? He originally thought that Yi Yuan was Scarlet Plume's stepping stone. But only now did he know that Scarlet Plume's existence was only to serve as a foil to Yi Yuan's monstrousness. More growth meant that his talent was greater. How is this possible? Lord Scarlet Plume actually admitted defeat? Lord Scarlet Plume has fought thousands of battles without a single defeat. Today it's actually ended? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Lord Scarlet Plume won't lose. Clearly, Scarlet Plume had an extremely strong fan base in the Dragon City Tribe. Even if Scarlet Plume admitted it himself, they were also not willing to believe that the D of war, that they wars. Plus Ped had actually been defeated. In their hearts, Scarlet Plume was invincible. Invincible! How could he be defeated? In the large pit, Scarlet Plume could no longer move. Yi Yuan appeared next to the pit and looked down at him from a height. Thank you for sparing my life," Scarlet Plume said. Yi Yuan looked at Scarlet Plume and said calmly, "You're very strong. It's a shame if you die. Keeping you around is useful. You still have important things to do. The Spatial 8 Styles, just take it as a present for you." The Chaos Bloodstone was about to come into being. All the heavens would fall into chaos. With a genius like Scarlet Plume, it was naturally the more the merrier. This Scarlet Plume was a battle fanatic. He did not harbor evil intentions. Therefore, Yi Yuan pulled his punches at the final juncture. That was how Scarlet Plume was spared. Otherwise, under wave was plussing sand, Scarlet Plume would already be a dead man. As for spatial 8 styles, Yi Yuan did not mind it being learned by Scarlet Plume. This set of styles, even if it was given to some people to learn, they would not be able to learn it too. There were too few who could comprehend spatial rule. Thank you, Scarlet Plume said. Being defeated by Yi Yuan, he felt very frustrated, but he would not resign himself to his fate. He was a powerful expert and not some silk pants. Otherwise, he could not have walked until this step today as well. This kind of defeat would only make him become stronger. But at this time, he felt a feeling of appreciation toward Yi Yuan. Chapter 2985, Divine Dragon Envoy's Invitation. Chapter 2985, Divine Dragon Envoy's Invitation. Have you heard? There's a new guy that appeared recently who's mountain challenging everywhere. He has already taken on the top 100 powerhouses on the Mountain Challenger list. I heard it too. This guy is fierce. Dragon City Tribe's Scarlet Plume made his world debut over 200 years and never had a single defeat. In the end, he was taken down by him. Too freaking impressive. His first stop was the Dragon City Tribe, taking on 3 cities in a row after defeating Scarlet Plume. He went to challenge quite a few in the top 10, and he won all of them in the end. Where did this guy pop out from? This guy is a freak. He's clearly a human, but his bloodline already reached Heaven Qian grade. Too terrifying. I heard that his next target is our Dragon Abyss tribe. No matter how formidable he is, he's not Long Yi's match too. For so many years, how many people wanted to challenge his position? They all ended up losing. Lord Long Yi's strength is simply unbeatable in Emperor Cloud Heaven. That's for sure. Just based on this punk, he dares to challenge Lord Long Yi's position too. Simply a fool's talk. 2 years had already said since challenging Scarlet Plume. In these 2 years, Yi Yuan mountain challenged everywhere, virtually picking on East Billow region's powerful tribes without tasting a single defeat. Yi Yuan's reputation had already spread throughout the East Billow region. He was different from others, so it caused a great sensation. When others made a challenge, the majority started challenging the weak ones, slowly going toward stronger opponents. But Yi Yuan challenged Dragon City Tribe the moment he came up. Following that, he consecutively challenged another 10 powerful tribes. Of the powerful ones, there were even the top 5 on the Mountain Challenger list. This kind of battle achievement, it would not do even if you did not want it to cause a stir. Of course, this was also the effect that Yi Yuan wanted to achieve. Ranking at the top of the Mountain Challenger list within the shortest time. The surrounding people's conversation landed in the ears of a male and female, 2 youngsters. Right now, people in the entire East Billow region are all singing praises of your deeds. Shouldn't you be a little proud? You're really hypocritical, Feng Qingxian said. Yi Yuan was very annoyed, ignoring her. This woman followed him for 2 years just like that. He could not even shake her off. His movements were too big. He had no way of shaking her off at all. Later on, this woman even broke through to Emperor Vast Heaven. Yi Yuan was even more unable to shake her off. I heard that this Long Yi is Heaven Qian grade bloodline, his combat strength closing in on Emperor Vast Heaven. Do you think that you're his match? This season's Mountain Challenger list is going to be out in these 2 days, right? With your battle achievements. It's enough to rank in the top 5. From start to end, it was all Feng Qingxian alone talking. Dragon Abyss tribe was very large. The members were also very strong. The 2 of them had already arrived at the outer periphery of the tribe. Recently, the Dragon Abyss tribe gathered a large batch of powerhouses. These people all wanted to watch Yi Yuan and Long Yi's fight. Therefore, dragons and snakes were mingling together in the outer periphery of the Dragon Abyss tribe. Yi Yuan's appearance naturally did not get too many people's attention. The objective of coming here was naturally to challenge the Dragon Abyss tribe's powerhouses. Mountain Challenger List's first place Long E and second place Wu Fa were both in the Dragon Abyss tribe. As for the third place, he had already been beaten down by Yi Yuan. Actually, this was not anything surprising. 2 years ago, Scarlet Plume comprehended the spatial 8 styles. His strength was already sufficient to enter the top 3. Yi Yuan directly defeated him. Yi Yuan naturally had the strength to enter the top 3. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. Someone shouted at the top of his voice, "The new season's Mountain Challenger list is out. The new season's Mountain Challenger list is out." With this, everyone was boiling over with excitement. Even Yi Yuan was also greatly stirred. He did not expect that the Mountain Challenger list actually came out at this critical juncture. The publication of the Mountain Challenger list did not have too many rules. As for who published it, nobody knew either. But the majority speculated that the Mountain Challenger list was published by the Divine Dragon Envoy. It was just that this version remained to be confirmed. The Divine Dragon Envoy was very mysterious. There were not many who had seen his true face before. Whose? H. Plus suddenly, a series of exclamations erupted in the crowd. How is this possible? Did the Mountain Challenger list make a mistake? Yi Yuan and Long E hadn't even fought before. What right does he have to rank first place? Unfair. This isn't fair. We strongly request Yi Yuan and Long E to fight. The crowd instantly exploded. This was the Dragon Abyss tribe's territory. The vast majority of the people were all Long Yi's wars. H.I. plus purse currently, the person that they wars. H.I. plus Ped was actually judged to have lost before even fighting. It made them extremely displeased. Some people were already questioning the authority of the Mountain Challenger list. Yi Yuan and Feng Qingxian exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in the other party's eyes. He became first on the Mountain Challenger list. Yi Yuan spent some heavenly crystals and got a copy of the Mountain Challenger list too. The moment he looked, sure enough, his own name was ranked in the first place. Meanwhile, Long Yi's name was ranked second place. Of course, this was just the position of the name being listed out. There was not even a sequence number in front of their names. Only all the way until the 11th name was there a sequence number. First place, Dragon Abyss tribe, Long Lei. Yi Yuan knew this person. He was originally number 9 on the Mountain Challenger list. Now, he was actually squeezed to the 11th position. Yi Yuan knew that the people without a ranking on the Mountain Challenger list were people who were taken fancy upon by the Divine Dragon Envoy and preparing to be brought into the Heavenly Dragon Island. This was also to say that his hard work of more than 2 years finally brought him the result that he desired. I didn't expect that the Mountain Challenger list actually directly ranked me as first place, Yi Yuan also said in surprise. It's not surprising. The Mountain Challenger list is a comprehensive ranking. It doesn't completely look at battle results. You're ranked first. It naturally shows that your strength and potential are stronger than everyone, Feng Qingxian said. So that's how it is. Yi Yuan thought about it and felt that it made sense too. On this Mountain Challenger list, among the top 30, only he was Middle Emperor Cloud Heaven. Furthermore, he had already broken through to Heaven Qian grade bloodline. Coupled with spatial rule, his strength was formidable. Ranking in the first place was also not incomprehensible. He was very confident that as long as he broke through another minor realm and reached Upper Emperor Cloud Heaven, sweeping through this list would not be anything strange too. All around were indignant people. Yi Yuan could not be bothered to care about them and quietly left. Suddenly, an old man blocked his path. Yi Yuan's expression turned somber. This was a bloodline warrior, but his strength was extremely strong. "You're Yi Yuan?" the old man asked, looking like he was talking down. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "It's precisely me. May I ask who Senior is?" The old man said lightly, "I'm Lord Divine Dragon Envoy's servant. I'm here to give you the Divine Dragon token." As he said, the old man threw Yi Yuan a token and said, "Half a month later, take the Divine Dragon token and go to the East Seas, SHORE. There will be a flying boat there. The few of you will board the boat by relying on the Divine Dragon token. At that time, there will naturally be someone to guide you all to enter Heavenly Dragon Island." Yi Yuan received the token and said with a bow, "Many thanks, Senior." The old man nodded slightly, seemingly still considered satisfied with Yi Yuan's attitude. However, he said to Feng Qingxian, "If Miss Qingxian is interested, you can come along with him. Heavenly Dragon Island welcomes the young patriarch of the Fire Phoenix clan." Feng Qingxian was overjoyed when she heard that and said, "Thank you very much, Senior. Feng Qingxian will definitely go." The old man nodded his head and turned around. He then left. Once the old man left, Feng Qingxian said excitedly, "Brat, even the Heavenly Dragon Island welcomes me. You can't shake me off. Hee hee." However, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed together, and he said in a solemn voice, "Don't you feel that something is not quite right?" Chapter 2986, Rectification of Name. Chapter 2986, Rectification of Name. Half a month later, at the East Seas SHORE, when Yi Yuan hurried over, the others had already arrived. When Scarlet Plume saw Yi Yuan, he said rather warmly, "Brother Yi, you're finally here." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Congratulations, Brother Scarlet Plume. You are ranked 3rd on the Mountain Challenger list." Scarlet Plume smiled and said, "That's all in the past. Once we enter Heavenly Dragon Island, everything will have to start over from the top." Clearly, Scarlet Plume had a great mentality. It was also precisely this kind of powerful mentality that let him rise rapidly. Yi Yuan swept with his peripherals and discovered that the surrounding environment was somewhat disorderly. Furthermore, Scarlet Plume's aura was somewhat chaotic. His body had some injuries too. He immediately understood something. Scarlet Plume noticed Yi Yuan's gaze and said with a smile, "Wu Fa refused to accept that I'm ranked 3rd, so he challenged me." Not far away, a young man's face had a somewhat awkward expression. No need to say anything. Scarlet Plume won. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Impressive, Brother Scarlet Plume." Scarlet Plume smiled bitterly and said, "But I challenged Long E and lost. This guy is too strong. Be careful." Yi Yuan was taken aback, immediately understanding something. At this time, Long E was currently looking at him with a provoking gaze. His goal was self-explanatory. "Yi Yuan, if you're a man, accept my challenge. You got conferred without fighting. I, Long E, refuse to accept it as final." Long E said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan could not help laughing and said, "Is this number 1 that important?" Long E said, "Of course it's important. No matter where I, Long E, am, I'll only be number 1. Yi Yuan shrugged and said coolly, "Sorry, I'm not interested." These guys, each and every one, still did not know what was going to happen. They were actually still in the mood to seek to prevail over others here. So what if you got first place? Did you really think that you all could enter Heavenly Dragon Island? It was just that Yi Yuan did not say these words out. However, apart from Scarlet Plume, the others clearly did not have the intention of letting him go. "Yi Yuan, it turns out that you're merely someone who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Coward." You challenged us, but now that you ran into the strongest Long, you're scared. If I were you, I wouldn't have the face to enter Heavenly Dragon Island at all. Don't even have the courage to rectify your name. What qualifications do you have to enter Heavenly Dragon Island? Heavenly Dragon Island only accepts the strong. A good-for-nothing like you isn't fit to enter at all. These people were all Yi Yuan's defeated foes. They were BRIMMING with vigor and vitality and did not have Scarlet Plum's mentality. Seeing that Yi Yuan did not answer the challenge, they instinctively thought that Yi Yuan was scared. Furthermore, Long Yi's might was indeed entrenched in people's hearts. Being able to defeat the current Scarlet Plume, there was already no need for explanations. The current Scarlet Plume, his strength was significantly greater than when he fought with Yi Yuan back then. Humph, whether to compete or not isn't up to you. Long Yi snorted coldly, and the aura of his body suddenly erupted, pouncing over toward Yi Yuan. This place was no longer whatever mountain challenging. A word of disagreement, and weapons were drawn. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the two people clashed together, being locked in a struggle. On the surface of the sea, huge waves were set off from the fighting, space shattering. These two people's strengths were both formidable to the extreme. Among Emperor Cloud Heavens, no one was stronger than the two of them. So strong. It turns out that this guy is so strong. How is that possible? He actually fought to a draw with Long Yi. Turns out that when he was fighting with us, he didn't use his full strength at all. Seeing this scene, everyone was extremely shocked. Yi Yuan's strength greatly exceeded their imagination. In reality, in the mountain-challenging battles, Yi Yuan only fought very arduously when fighting with Scarlet Plume. In that battle, he himself also benefited a great deal. The opponents, ever since then, could not make him muster up interest at all. It resulted in these people having a misconception that Yi Yuan was not very strong and was not worthy of being number one at all. But now, the strength that Yi Yuan displayed made them feel ashamed of their unworthiness. It was completely not on the same level. In the crowd, Scarlet Plume was also very shocked and muttered, "Not seeing for 2 years, Yi Yuan is already powerful to this extent. I thought that my improvement was fast enough. I didn't expect that he actually already shook me off far behind." Without comparison, there would not be any harm. What Scarlet Plume took pride in was his comprehension ability, comprehending in battles, becoming stronger in fights. His fight with Yi Yuan might have been by chance, but 2 years later, Yi Yuan's improvement far exceeded his imagination. He finally understood that there was not the slightest fluke in Yi Yuan's winning him. Yi Yuan has already comprehended the second form of his ultimate spatial technique. It just depends on whether or not Long Yi can force him to this step. But looking at it now, it seems like he can't. By the side, Feng Qingxian said, faintly. Scarlet Plume's entire body trembled, full of disbelief. Back then, he lost to the first form. Wave was plussing sand. It had just been 2 years, and Yi Yuan had already comprehended the second form. Yi Yuan displaying spatial 8 styles opened another door for Scarlet Plume. 2 years had said, and he was still digesting the application of spatial 8 styles. Spatial 8 styles was too vast and complicated, but Yi Yuan actually already walked even further on his own path. This was really a merciless cruise. Plussing. Spatial first form. Wave was plussing sand. Above the void, Yi Yuan bellowed. Long Yi was slammed into the sea like a cannonball. This battle ended. The remaining 8 people were all rendered speechless. At this point, Yi Yuan This number one could be considered to be duly deserved. Coward? Good for nothing? No qualification to enter Heavenly Dragon Island. Hoo-hoo, if even Yi Yuan doesn't have the qualifications, then what do you all count as? A bunch of trash. You're not Yi Yuan's match, and you still hope for others to defeat him? Is this the dragon race's geniuses? What a joke. Feng Qingxian ridiculed without holding back in the slightest. The group of geniuses wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. Being looked down upon by people was not scary, but being despised by a woman was frightening. Of course, being despised by a beautiful woman was even scarier. At this time, a streak of light approached from afar, resolving everyone's awkwardness. The flying boat came. Someone came down from the flying boat. It was precisely the old man who gave the token. All come on up. Remember to show your token. Otherwise, you'll be obliterated. The old man said lightly. The party boarded the flying boat, seemingly already forgotten about the conflict previously, appearing somewhat excited. Heavenly Dragon Island was the place that all of East Billow Region's dragon race descendants yearned for. They challenged mountains everywhere in order to enter Heavenly Dragon Island. How many life forms did the East Billow region have? But there were only merely 10 of them who were able to enter Heavenly Dragon Island. This was glory. Senior, after entering Heavenly Dragon Island, do we need to take note of anything? Someone asked FLU. Tieredly. The old man said coolly, after getting on the island, there will naturally be someone who'll inform you guys. Senior. Everyone was trying to get a word in, attempting to inquire about the situation on the island. After all, it was a new place. They knew absolutely nothing. However, the old man had a nonchalant appearance, answering very perfunctorily. Yi Yuan was very calm. It was as if he was an outsider and had nothing to do with this. Several days later, a large island appeared before everyone's eyes. Senior, I heard that Heavenly Dragon Island has chaos heavenly dragons taking in and spitting out heaven and earth spiritual energy. There's immortal mist lingering on the island all year round. Is this place Heavenly Dragon Island? Yi Yuan suddenly asked. Chapter 2987. Prisoners. Chapter 2987. Prisoners. The moment everyone heard, they thought the same too. This place was too different from the place that they yearned for. The old man gave Yi Yuan a glance, standing with his hands behind his back, as he said indifferently what the world knows has mostly been rumors as, "Oh, Ling, you believe it too." Yi Yuan continued, I heard that Heavenly Dragon Island formed its independent SPAC. This place doesn't seem to be so. The old man frowned and said unhappily, Kid, do you think that by getting on the Mountain Challenger list, you're very impressive? After getting to Heavenly Dragon Island, all be more obedient. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I even heard that Heavenly Dragon Island has a lot of true dragons. True dragons can be seen swimming everywhere in the sky. But there's nothing to see here. The old man was shocked in his heart. Could it be that this kid had been to the Heavenly Dragon Island before? What Yi Yuan described was exactly the same as Heavenly Dragon Island. However, he would not show it on his face and said in a solemn voice, Boy, are you questioning the divine dragon envoy's servant? The divine dragon token that was given to you all wouldn't be fake, right? Originally, hearing Yi Yuan's words, everyone's hearts were somewhat nervous. But this sentence calmed them down. Yi Yuan smiled and stopped talking. The old man let out a slight sigh of relief, thinking to himself that this kid was really too astute. He almost spilled the beans. He was only Emperor Vast Heaven Realm. If these few little fellows revolted, the matter that Master entrusted would probably be screwed up. When the flying boat landed on the island, the old man's heart finally settled down. More than 10 people came over to welcome them. They were all Emperor Vast, Heaven Realm Mighty experts. The person at the front was even a great emperor at Emperor Sakra, Heaven Realm. These are all this batch's Mountain Challenger list geniuses. The great emperor's eyes swept across everyone's faces. The old man gave a bow and said, "Yes, master. The top 10 on the Mountain Challenger list are all here." Yi Yuan was startled in his heart. This great emperor was the divine dragon envoy. What Yi Yuan was surprised by was that this divine dragon envoy actually did not have the aura of the blood race on his body. Why did he see through that old man at a glance? It was because he had the blood race's aura on his body. Yi Yuan's origin of chaos blood was very sensitive to the aura of the blood race. This old man was not a blood slave, but the blood in his body had been remolded before. At that time, Yi Yuan had already detected that something was wrong. Actually, after arriving at Void Shrine illuminating heaven, Yi Yuan had always been very curious. The 33 heavens, other planes were all suffering the torment of the blood race. But this place seemed to be calm and tranquil, all the way until Yi Yuan encountered the divine dragon envoy's servant. He finally confirmed that the blood race still extended their fiendish claws toward Void Shrine, illuminating heaven. It was just that they did not invade with great fanfare. Instead, they made arrangements in secret. "Who's Yi Yuan?" Divine Dragon Envoy suddenly asked. The old servant pointed at Yi Yuan and said, "It's him." The Divine Dragon Envoy sized Yi Yuan up and down. Suddenly, he flicked his sleeves grandly. It was only to see a gust of hurricane howl past, closing in on Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's face turned pale with fright, his bloodline pressure erupting wildly, directly bringing forth his strongest attack. Second form of S.P.A.C. Dragon's Roar. However, this hurricane was like a metal plate. It was as if he collided right onto the metal plate. Bang! Yi Yuan was directly bounced flying. Yi Yuan was greatly enraged and rushed in front of the Divine Dragon Envoy, roaring angrily, "Lord Divine Dragon Envoy, what's the meaning of this?" The Divine Dragon Envoy laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha ha, what pure bloodline! I really didn't expect that your human race's fleshly body actually has such a pure dragon race bloodline. Indeed, well deserving of being #1 on the Mountain Challenger list. Yang E, the quality of this batch of kids is pretty good. There will be rewards." The old man smiled broadly and said, "It's all master who is skillful in guidance. Yang E doesn't dare to claim credit." The Divine Dragon Envoy's gaze looked toward Feng Qingxian and said with a smile, "Didn't expect that this time even the Fire Phoenix clan's dethroned young patriarch is brought here too. Not bad. Really not bad." With this, everyone's expressions changed. They suddenly realized that the situation was not quite right. The eyes that this Divine Dragon Envoy looked at him with did not seem to be appreciating whatever young geniuses. It looked like he was looking at a prey instead. Previously, when Yi Yuan questioned the old servant, they still did not take it seriously. Now, they discovered that this heavenly dragon island really had something very wrong with it. "Lord Divine Dragon Envoy, what's the meaning of this?" Long he questioned. Divine Dragon Envoy smiled and said, "There's no meaning. It's just that seeing each and every one of you have powerful bloodlines, this seat is very gratified." Long Yi's expression changed, and he said in a solemn voice, "You're not the Divine Dragon Envoy. What objective did you hoodwink us here for?" Divine Dragon Envoy smiled lightly and said, "This seat being the Divine Dragon Envoy is without a doubt. Otherwise, do you think that the Divine Dragon tokens fell down from the sky? Only the Heavenly Dragon Island can make this thing. It's not what anyone can imitate. All right, Don't think too much, because very soon you all won't need to think anymore. After getting on the island, you all will understand. Long Yi's expression changed drastically. His figure immediately flashed. Plusing about to escape. Divine Dragon Envoy seemed to have long gotten used to this scene, lightly smacking a palm out. Bang! Long Yi's back was T by the palm, vomiting out blood with a cough, and he no longer had the strength to run away. Everyone who was originally still thinking of escaping immediately ceased all actions. This Divine Dragon Envoy was an Origin Realm Mighty expert. They could not escape at all. Ho-ho, be more obedient. Arriving here, you can forget about leaving. Remember, you all are making a contribution to the dragon race. You should feel honored. Divine Dragon Envoy said, with a faint smile. At the same time, he gave a look to the people around him. There was immediately someone who stepped out of the ranks, chaining Long Yi up, while the others swarmed out, chaining handcuffs and shackles on the rest. These handcuffs and leg shackles were specially made. After they wore them, they only felt that their bloodline power was completely locked, unable to unleash at all. Hence, the 11 geniuses became prisoners. Feng Qingxian was shocked in her heart. Everything was as Yi Yuan expected. Previously, she did not believe it at all, thinking that Yi Yuan was kicking up a big fuss over nothing. It was because the Divine Dragon token was not fake. But now, everything was practically the same as Yi Yuan said. Feng Qingxian had 100,000 Ys in her heart. The Divine Dragon Envoy was clearly real. But why would he lay his hands on his clansmen? This fake Heavenly Dragon Island was right under the eyelids of the Heavenly Dragon Island. There was actually body who cared? What were they capturing a few geniuses for? So on and so forth. Feng Qingxian could not figure it out. Everything could not be explained. But very clearly, everything was as Yi Yuan predicted. The Divine Dragon Envoy detained the group of geniuses and entered a water dungeon. In the water dungeon, Long Yi and the rest were shocked to the extreme. It was because they saw many familiar faces. I assent that Lord Long Qingyi, he was the number 1 on the last season's Mountain Challenger list. Why would he be here? Also him, East Billow Region's legend, Lord Tai Chin. He swept across East Billow Region back then, and was the idol of all the Mountain Challengers. He's actually being trapped here too. That's Lord Dongyu. He was our Dragon Sword Tribe's number 1 genius. I didn't expect that he actually landed here too. Just what on earth is this place? Seeing one familiar figure after another destroyed their willpower. Some geniuses, 1,000 years had already passed, said from now, they were still being trapped here. What did this indicate? It showed that they would also be spending the remainder of their lives in this place. Chapter 2988, Tragic Beyond Compare. Chapter 2988, Tragic Beyond Compare. The water dungeon was huge with countless prisons. It was sufficient to accommodate tens of thousands of people. It was like an underground city. No sun could be seen all year round in this place. It was as if it was Hell on earth. Yi Yuan saw that there were some who were already tormented until they did not look human anymore. There were not only true spirits here. There were many humans too. It was just that those humans were all in great agony, struggling and rolling around in the water dungeon. Arg! I beg you all, kill me! You bunch of brutes. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you all off too. It hurts. It's hurting me to death. I'm going to explode. Everyone looked over, only to see a human powerhouse swell up into a ball. Then with a bang, he exploded into a cloud of minced meat. Very B-L-O-O-D-Y. The few people's complexions were deathly pale. Although they had fought countless battles, They had never seen this kind of extremely tragic scene before. People were less than animals in this place. Where on earth is this place? Why does the divine dragon envoy do this kind of cruel thing? Long he could not resist asking, Ho-ho, this is for our dragon race's future. If we can grasp the secret of bloodline evolution, then everyone will be able to become hegemons. Our dragon race will be able to become the overlord of myriad worlds. Even thinking about it makes people excited. This Blood Dragon Island was constructed for this. Your bloodlines shall also contribute a portion of strength for the dragon race's future. The divine dragon envoy's eyes were full of fanaticism. Everyone becoming hegemon. Long Yi's entire body trembled as he said. The divine dragon envoy smiled and said, That's right. This Blood Dragon Island has already been built for more than 100,000 years. In the past 100,000 years, we've made tremendous progress. The day where everyone can become hegemon isn't far off. Suddenly, Yi Yuan pointed at a metal jail and said, Are you talking about him? Inside the metal jail, a half-human, half-beast fellow was currently staring fixedly at the few people who came in with scarlet red eyes, giving people an extremely dangerous feeling. One could tell from his appearance that this should have originally been a human, but he grew a pair of weird wings on his body. His ears were also sharpened to a point, his mouth growing out savage tusks, his entire person looking incomparably strange and ugly. His 4 limbs were on the ground. Actually, it could not be counted as 4 limbs anymore, because his 4 limbs were all animal legs. However, the first feeling that he gave Yi Yuan was not ferociousness, but wretchedness. He had the origin of blood, and could feel that this person had mixed at least more than 10 types of bloodline power in his body. And these dozen over kinds of bloodline powers could not be superimposed perfectly. They would even have conflicts with each other. He could feel how much pain this person had to endure. Of course, this person already completely did not have his own consciousness. He was filled with killing intent throughout his body. This half-human, half-beast fellow actually already reached the hegemon realm. Around him, those ferocious beasts did not even dare to breathe loudly, instinctively fearing him. Clearly, this guy was very dangerous. But the killing intent in Yi Yuan's heart started surging uncontrollably. This bunch of guys simply had no bottom line when doing things. The divine dragon envoy seemed to be very proud of himself as he said, That's right. This guy is called Zhao Yu. He was originally just a good-for-nothing. After he cultivated to Emperor Vast Heaven, he was unable to make any more advancements. It was us who bestowed upon him eternal life, possessing sublime strength. Roar! A terrifying to the extreme aura came over. Everyone saw Zhao Yu pouncing over here. Even if these were all geniuses, even if they clearly knew that the likelihood of Zhao Yu breaking out of the locked cage was not high, they were still frightened until they took several steps back. Awoo! The water prison surged with electricity. Zhao Yu screamed miserably and was directly electrocuted back. This water prison was clearly specially constructed. It could even withstand the hegemon realm Zhao Yu. Yi Yuan was shocked in his heart. Then how strong was the person who fixed up the cage? Could it be that the heavenly Dragon Island's upper echelons had something to do with this too? Highly probable. The reason why he went deep into the tiger's den was to investigate this matter. Senior, I guess that the matter here likely has something to do with how you almost died back then, right? Yi Yuan said to Mi Tian. Mi Tian was silent for a long time and said with a sigh, I don't know either, but it's probably related. It looks like the blood race had already started making plans at that time. Yi Yuan sneered and said, To the blood race, you all, these chaos true spirits, are the real treasures. whether or not the Chaos Bloodstone can open the door of eternal life and reach the great beyond. Perhaps the key lies with you all. However, you all are too strong. He can only do it in secret. This scheme has lasted for several 100,000 years. What extravagant preparations! Chaos true spirits could be said to be the peak of bloodlines. Their bloodline was bestowed by heavenly Tao. Therefore, if the Chaos Bloodstone wanted to reach the great beyond, it would naturally be of great reference value to him. If he was the Chaos Bloodstone, he would not let them off too. But Chaos true spirits were too powerful. Innate Chaos true spirits were existences on the same level as the Chaos Bloodstone. Regarding these powerhouses that were born from heaven and earth, each of them was powerful to the extreme. Just like Meteon, back then, he was already a top hegemon that roamed the heavens unobstructed, sweeping across the Soul Clan with his strength alone. This kind of existence, even if it was the Chaos Bloodstone would be very wary too. Let alone that void shrine illuminating heaven's powerhouses were not just Meteon alone. Meteon fell silent again. Yi Yuan could feel the struggle in his heart currently and stopped speaking. Actually, Yi Yuan already faintly had some guesses. It was just that Meteon did not say anything, so he could not ask too much as well. Hoo-hoo, he's currently like a wild beast without his own will at all. Most likely, you all can't control him at all. That's why you'd lock him in the cage, right? If you let him out, the first one that he'll kill will probably be you. Yi Yuan looked at the Divine Dragon Envoy and said with a cold smile. The Divine Dragon Envoy was indifferent and said with a smile, "So, what? We've already found a way to control him. He'll be very obedient. The few of you are all very talented. Perhaps in the future, you all will be able to step into the legendary Chaos Grade bloodline." The eyes that the Divine Dragon Envoy looked at the few people with made everyone shudder without feeling cold. And, Body wanted to become like Xiao Yu, possessing the strength of hegemon realm, but becoming a wild beast that was at other people's beck and call. What was the point? Yi Yuan looked at the Divine Dragon Envoy, not concealing his killing intent in the least bit. Divine Dragon Envoy smiled and said, "Yi Yuan, I feel very optimistic about you. Judging from our past experiments, the human race's physical body has the highest compatibility. Very soon, you won't be using this sort of eyes to look at me. You'll be thanking this seat." Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "Soon, you'll be thanking me too." Divine Dragon Envoy laughed loudly and said, "Kid, you've got personality. I like it. I hope that in the future, you'll become stronger than him. Take them away." The group was taken away again. When Yi Yuan walked past Xiao Yu's water prison and saw that miserable appearance, the killing intent in his chest sprang up again. Suddenly, his gaze and Xiao Yu's gaze met, and he could not help trembling all over. He saw a trace of anguish from that ferocious to the extreme gaze, a trace of seeking deliverance from the pain. This Xiao Yu actually still had a last strand of self-consciousness remaining. Chapter 2989, Contingency Plan. Chapter 2989, Contingency Plan. Senior Long ran, "There's no need for me to say anything more, right?" In a secret cave of the Dragon Abyss tribe, Yi Yuan put away the light screen in front of him and said calmly, this Yi Yuan was his human soul clone, the enshrouding mist soul physique. He naturally would not venture into this fake heavenly dragon island without due consideration. Otherwise, it would be sending himself to death. Hence, he found this hidden cave under Meteon's guidance. It was Dragon Abyss Tribe's progenitor, Long Rant's cave abode. He was a hegemon realm powerhouse. In order to convince Long Ran, Meteon directly revealed his ident. One Tai, But if Yi Yuan said that the Heavenly Dragon Island was actually laying their hands on their own people, Long Ran would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. After all, the Heavenly Dragon Island was the dragon race's holy land. Therefore, Yi Yuan split his origin divinity into two, leaving his human soul clone here. Then he used a soul race secret technique to share what the dragon race soul clone saw and heard, displaying his experience on the light screen. Shock was written all over Long Ran's face, his heart in wrenching pain and bitter hatred. Long Yi did not recognize the people there, but Long Ran knew many of them in the water prison. During these 100,000 years, those geniuses who entered Heavenly Dragon Island actually all entered the Blood Dragon Island. Some were no longer around. Some became like disembodied ghosts. Why? Why would Heavenly Dragon Island lay their hands on their own clansmen? Long Ran practically roared out. He was too disappointed, too shocked. Heavenly Dragon Island had deceived them for 100,000 years. These 100,000 years, how many geniuses had the East Billow region produced? These geniuses actually all died at the hands of their own people. Seeing the miserable appearances of those younger generation disciples, Long Ran felt heartache to the extreme. Yi Yuan clearly saw tears at the corners of his eyes. In reality, the killing intent in Yi Yuan's chest could no longer be contained to be able to make a hegemon realm who had lived for several 100,000 years shed tears. It could be seen how tragic Blood Dragon Island's situation was. War and death were very tragic, but using some fresh lives to do human experimentation, this kind of cruelty simply could not be described. Animals were better because of the blood race. They exploited Heavenly Dragon Island's ambition. Yi Yuan said. Long Ran's pupils constricted, his gaze gradually turning cold as he said, "Come." 3 days later, several hundred powerhouses from more than 10 major tribes set off for Blood Dragon Island. Lord Bloodless, the divine dragon envoy said respectfully to the blood race powerhouse in front of him. When Yi Yuan saw this blood race powerhouse, his pupils could not help constricting. Hegemon realm. There was actually a hegemon realm on this Blood Dragon Island. Furthermore, Yi Yuan could feel that this hegemon realm was very strong. He originally thought that the divine dragon envoy was responsible for Blood Dragon Island, did not expect that there was actually such a powerhouse. Could Long Ran be his match? Furthermore, Yi Yuan was not sure whether or not there would be other hegemon realms on this island. This was somewhat troublesome, but at this time the arrow was already notched on the bow and had no choice but to release. Bloodless swept a glance over everyone, his gaze finally stopping on Yi Yuan, and he said in pleasant surprise, "This batch is pretty good, especially this kid, having a human physical body, but his bloodline power is extremely strong. A fine sapling. Perhaps our blood bestowal can obtain great success this time." Divine Dragon Envoy said in pleasant surprise, "Your Excellency, could it be?" Bloodless nodded with a smile and said, "Heaven rewards the faithful. The new conversion blood crystals are finally out. With these, we'll be able to control those berserk guys." Divine Dragon Envoy was agitated until he was almost weeping and said, "Lord Bloodless has toiled hard and rendered great merits. The dragon race is endlessly grateful." Bloodless smiled and said, "We're an organic whole, bound together for good or ill. What's the talk about toiling hard and rendering great merits? We need to wait for another 2 days, and the conversion blood crystals will be able to come out. Lock them up first and fuse 2 days later." The divine dragon envoy waved his hand, commanding people to take Yi Yuan and the others away and to lock them in the water prison. There were handcuffs on their hands, shackles on their legs, and the water prison even had powerful restrictions. This bunch of people was practically waiting for death. Feng Qingxian said in despair. Yi Yuan, you've doomed me this time. If this young lady dies here, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Crack! Her voice had yet to fade when Yi Yuan's handcuffs fell right off. Everyone stared wide-eyed and tongue-tied. This isn't your bloodline sealed. Long Yi looked at Yi Yuan and said with a look of shock. Yi Yuan's mouth curled, and he said, My bloodline can't be sealed. Got to be kidding. He had the origin of blood. It was the source of all bloodlines. Seal his bloodline. It did not exist. Feng Qingxian said excitedly. Hurry, quickly untie me. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, Not yet. Feng Qingxuan's face turned black, and she said in a solemn voice, Why? Yi Yuan said, I'm going to scout out this underground city, bringing you all along as 2C. You bursome. Feng Qingxian and Long Yi were speechless. Yi Yuan said, All of you hold your horses. In less than 3 days, someone will come and save us. Long Yi said, But powerhouses are plentiful like clouds here. There are even Hegemon realm powerhouses. Even if people come, they can't save us too. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Then if your ancestor comes out of retirement? Long Yi's entire body trembled, and he said, You're saying Ancestor Long ran. How is this possible? Yi Yuan smiled and said, His elderly self has already moved out and is currently calling the various major tribes to set off for Blood Dragon Island. At that time, blood will flow into rivers. Feng Qingxian said in shock, It turns out that those few days you went to meet the Dragon Abyss tribe's progenitor. This fellow, you hid from me so bitterly. Yi Yuan said coolly, This kind of thing, the less you know, the better. If you reveal any flaws, not only will it waste all the previous efforts, you'll even doom all of us. Feng Qingxuan's face turned black. This guy really did not show mercy when knocking someone down a notch. However, she also knew that what Yi Yuan said was right. But what Feng Qingxian was surprised by was that Yi Yuan acted too well along the way. All of his expressions were just right. He got angry when he should get angry, panicked when he should panic, and even when he should posture, he postured very adequately. Feng Qingxian did not expect that this guy still had this side. Meanwhile, Long Yi and the others were shocked to the extreme. Yi Yuan's meaning was that he had long antic. P ate at everything, and he made complete arrangements. How did he discover it? The entire East Billow region was kept in the dark. How could a measly little Yi Yuan actually detect it? Brother Yi, since you've already seen through everything, why do you still let yourself get caught in danger? Scarlet Plume said in confusion. Yi Yuan's eyes turned cold, and he said, Originally, I thought that the divine dragon envoy was being controlled by the blood race, so I wanted to come and probe. But then I didn't expect that the truth is actually like this. The blood race and Heavenly Dragon Island joined hands to inflict great suffering on the living. If I didn't sneak in, I also wouldn't have seen such a ghastly sight. The moment these words came out, the few geniuses revealed indignant expressions. Indeed, when they saw each and every one of those seniors being turned into things that were less than animals, the killing intent in their hearts could not be contained too. But even if these can't seal your bloodline, this water prison is being sealed by powerful restrictions. How will you get out? Feng Qingxian asked. Yi Yuan got up and said coolly, You all stay here first. Make sure not to reveal anything. I'll be right back. Finished saying, his figure moved, sing right through the door. Chapter 2990, Water Prison Riot. Chapter 2990, Water Prison Riot. Going out of the water prison and fading into the void, Yi Yuan avoided some restriction array formations carefully, heading towards the depths of the water prison. In less than half a day, Yi Yuan had gotten a rough idea of the water prison. However, Yi Yuan did not dare to go where it was too deep. There were a large group of powerful martial artists there, and also many blood race auras. Clearly, this Blood Dragon Island had experts plentiful like clouds. At the end of the water prison, there was one secret room after another with constant streams of people. Many people were brought into the secret room, and then they emitted extremely miserable sounds. Clearly, they were experimenting on those people. Killing intent surged in Yi Yuan's heart once more. However, he still forcefully pushed it down. A little impatience would spoil great plans. Yi Yuan wanted to know about the intel from the depths of the water prison, so he controlled his temper and secretly listened to the intel. After half a day said, Yi Yuan discovered that they had started to get busy. I didn't expect that the first batch of conversion blood crystals actually went unexpectedly smoothly. With this, there will be work to be done. I heard that this batch of mountain challengers are all pretty good. There are a human Heaven Qian grade bloodline and a Fire Phoenix clan's Heaven Qian grade bloodline. People upstairs said that the conversion blood crystals this time will be fused with them. The few of you go to the secret room and prepare. Bring them over half a day later. Yes. In the dark, Yi Yuan's heart was shocked from listening. They were going to make a move so quickly? Wouldn't that mean that they could not wait for Senior Long, Ren they all to arrive? This became troublesome. D.A.M. and it. Only half a day's time. This is a big problem. Yi Yuan's heart burned with anxiety. Russ. H.I. plussing back without stopping. When he said through the water prison, his figure stopped. Suddenly, his eyes turned intent, and he said, since we can't wait, then we'll have to do it ourselves. With a strategy in his heart, Yi Yuan returned to his cell like lightning. When everyone saw Yi Yuan return, they could not help perking up. All shut up. Listen to me. Yi Yuan said coldly. Everyone was shocked in their hearts and immediately shut up. Yi Yuan said that whatever D.A.M. N conversion blood crystal has already succeeded. They will be laying their hands on us very soon. We can't wait for Senior Long Ran to come anymore. Therefore, we can only do it ourselves. The moment these words came out, everyone immediately fell into despair. Long Yi smiled bitterly and said, do it ourselves? Just based on the few of us? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, of course it's not the few of us. There are tens of thousands of powerhouses in this water prison. The weakest one is also true sovereign heaven realm. If we let them all out, we might not be unable to fight. Scarlet Plume said, but what about hegemon realms? Furthermore, it seems like the majority of those detained in this water prison isn't even Emperor Sakra Heaven Realm, right? This bit of strength, it isn't enough to fill the crevices between their teeth at all. Yi Yuan's gaze looked towards that solo cage in the distance. Everyone followed his eyes and could not help shuddering. Zhao Yu. Long Yi opened his eyes wide and said in disbelief, are you crazy? If we let him out, he'll be the first to tear us all apart. No way. Absolutely not. He's a monster. He doesn't have intelligence at all. He only knows to kill. Yi Yuan, stop joking. That monster has hegemon realm strength. Once he comes out, the entire water prison will be slaughtered by him. These people had an instinctive fear of Zhao Yu. This kind of fear was like a human encountering a wild beast. It would not reason with you and also would not listen to you. The only emotion that it had was killing. Letting such a monster out, wasn't that seeking death? Yi Yuan said coolly, then do you all have a better solution? Saying it like if you don't let him out, you all won't die. Everyone could not help choking. All right, I'll release the seal on you all first, then go and save the others together. With the water dungeon's captives all rioting, they will turn this D-A-M-N place upside down. Even if we die under Zhao Yu's hands, with his destructive power, this Blood Dragon Island can forget about having anything left behind too. Yi Yuan said coolly. Yi Yuan did not talk nonsense either, releasing everyone's handcuffs and shackles very quickly. In an underground palace in the depths of the water prison, the divine dragon envoy weighed the crystals in his hand, extremely delighted. Ha! With this, the time for our dragon race to unify the heavens has arrived. Lord Bloodless, for so many years, thank you for your hard work. Bloodless smiled and said, You're doing it again. No? These are all this seat's duties. I only hope that when the dragon race unifies the heavens in the future, Lord Mishan doesn't forget our blood race. Divine Dragon Envoy smiled and said, Lord Bloodless is joking. Unifying the heavens, that's also our two races joining hands. The two people exchanged a glance and burst out laughing. Bloodless sneered in his heart. A bunch of fools. In the past 100,000 years, he had already pretty much figured out the dragon race's bloodline. The Mother Stone progressed very quickly these few years and was almost about to be born. Chaos bloodline was indeed powerful. It was just a shame that he could not acquire genuine chaos gray bloodline. Otherwise, the Mother Stone would have long come into being already. However, it did not matter. After the Mother Stone came into being, he would personally come to take the Chaos Grade bloodline. Unify the heavens. What a joke. The one to unify the heavens is our blood race. Right at this time, a group of people ran into the Great Hall in a panic. A subordinate said, Lord Divine Dragon Envoy, things are bad. Things are bad. The water prison, the prisoners are rioting. The Divine Dragon Envoy's expression changed, and he said in a solemn voice, What's going on? Tell me in detail. That subordinate said, That punk called Yi Yuan, the sealing handcuffs actually can't lock him up. He has already opened up all of the water jails. The bloodline warriors in the water prisons and true spirit clan members are all rioting. Bloodless said in surprise, Impossible. The sealing handcuffs were specially made by this seat. Unless their strength reached Hegemon Realm, it's absolutely impossible to open it themselves. That subordinate almost wanted to cry. Could he still lie about this sort of thing? Wanting to talk about this sealing handcuff, it was indeed formidable. In these 100,000 years, not the slightest mistake had occurred before at all. But this time, a problem occurred. The Divine Dragon Envoy recovered his composure very quickly and said coolly, It's merely a bunch of trash who had their blood essence drained. There's no need to kick up a huge fuss. Lord Bloodless, rest for a while. I'll be right back. Bloodless nodded his head and did not say anything. Those imprisoned in the water prison were mostly younger generation geniuses. Most were Emperor Cloud Heaven experts, and a minority were Emperor Vast Heaven experts. There was also an extremely small group of bloodline warriors that were Emperor Sakra Heaven powerhouses. However, that was merely it. To an origin realm powerhouse like this, it was not worth mentioning at all. Moreover, Blood Dragon Island was heavily guarded. How could he possibly be the only expert? Bloodless, this Hegemon realm, did not need to take action at all. Under the Divine Dragon Envoy's word of command, Blood Dragon Island's powerhouses charged over towards the water prison. Just as he said, they were merely a bunch of clay chickens and pottery dogs. With the Divine Dragon Envoy taking the lead, more than 10 Emperor Sakra Heaven realm bloodline warriors were not even his match. These bloodline warriors were all captured to fuse with conversion blood crystals. Many people died. There was only one person that survived. It was Zhao Yu. When the Divine Dragon Envoy joined the battle, the rioting side started to lose ground very quickly. And at this time, Yi Yuan was currently standing in front of Zhao Yu's cage, his expression flickering indeterminately. Chapter 2991. You're not a monster. Chapter 2991. You're not a monster. This was a huge challenge to Yi Yuan too. He did not have the confidence to escape with his life from under Zhao Yu's hands. Even so, he saw the tiniest hint of remnant struggle in Zhao Yu's eyes. But he was a hegemon realm powerhouse, after all. Not far away, Long Yi and the others were frightened until their legs were trembling, swallowing saliva nonstop. After I go in, you all immediately shut off the restrictions. If I die, you guys immediately run away. However far you can run, do so, Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. Although he knew that the likelihood of escaping was very low, it was better than sitting passively and awaiting destruction. Outside the water prison, there was a switch to control the restrictions. One could control it from the outside. This cage's restrictions were too powerful. Yi Yuan was unable to pass through it too. It could only be controlled by Scarlet Plume. Yi Yuan, no way. Let's just charge out. This is too dangerous. Scarlet Plume said. Although the few of them were scared, they still felt incomparably moved in their hearts. Yi Yuan was using his own life to fight for their slim chance of survival. They could all feel that this Zhao Yu was very strong. After going in, once he was let out, his destructive power would definitely be very strong. But with Yi Yuan going in alone, it was virtually certain death. It was not that Yi Yuan was being a hero who liked this sort of solemn melancholy of a brave warrior who would not be returning, but that this matter had to be done by him. Only he had a glimmer of hope. If the others went in, that was truly certain death with no hope of survival. Of course, he was also unreconciled to it in his heart. He was unwilling to die, just like this. The divine dragon envoy and Bloodless were here, committing crimes that were too numerous to be recorded. He was long already filled with killing intent in his heart. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "We can't charge out. Open it." Feng Qingxian did not speak, looking at Yi Yuan from the back, her eyes somewhat misty. What kind of a man was this? Others did not know, but Feng Qingxian had a feeling that as long as he charged out of the water prison, Yi Yuan had a high probability of escaping with his life. This guy's methods were too many, but he did not escape. Instead, he chose the most dangerous way. In the next second, the restrictions opened, and Yi Yuan entered the cage like lightning. Scarlet Plume instinctively wanted to shut off the restrictions and flew out. Feng Qingxian smacked him flying with a slap. "Feng Qingxian, what are you doing?" Long Yi roared angrily. "Either way, we can't go out either, just die together." Yi Yuan dares to gamble with his life. "You all are men too. Are you so cowardly?" Feng Qingxian said coolly. The few people all lowered their heads in shame. Roar. The moment the restrictions opened, Zhao Yu's roar made everyone start to tremble. Yi Yuan only felt a pressure that blotted out the skies and covered the earth, pressing over toward him. Every pore on Yi Yuan's body was exploding, virtually going to die. The feeling of facing a hegemon realm head-on. It virtually made people crumble. This was also Yi Yuan's first time facing such a terrifying existence head-on. He had seen before many hegemon realms, but someone like this, it was really his first time. At this moment, all actions were futile. Zhao Yu was too strong. This kind of might was that kind of primitive barbarity. It was as if he walked over from great antiquity. Swaz. Plus in virtually an instant, Zhao Yu pounced over toward Yi Yuan. Before even getting close, Yi Yuan was already shocked by Zhao Yu's powerful aura until he received internal injuries. Zhao Yu raised his sharp claws. As long as this claw landed lightly, Even if Yi Yuan had 10 lives, they would also be lost here. Life was hanging by a thread. You are not a monster. Yi Yuan practically used all the strength in his body to roar these 5 words out. Bang! Yi Yuan's body flew out like a cannonball, SMAs. Plussing heavily onto the jail door opposite. Puffed. Yi Yuan's innards were directly ruptured, spitting out a mouthful of B-L-O-O-D-Y froth. But fortunately, he was still alive. Feng Qingxian, and the rest were frightened until their faces turned white. Yi Yuan, are you all right? Feng Qingxian was about to run over. Don't come over. I won't die. Yi Yuan struggled to his feet by himself. Roar. Another roar. Zhao Yu already stepped out of the cage. The ferocious tiger had been unleashed. Zhao Yu's gaze was locked firmly onto Yi Yuan. Was that the power of origin just now? Longy said in shock. Scarlet Plume nodded and said, "There's no mistake. That's the origin of blood. Furthermore, it seems to be different from that origin in Hegemon's bloodless body. The origin of blood in Yi Yuan's body seems to be purer and higher level." Longy said in surprise. Emperor Cloud, heaven comprehended the power of origin. This guy's trump cards really emerge in endless streams. Scarlet Plume also said in astonishment, looking at him challenging mountains back then. He didn't use his full strength at all. What he used were all dragon race means. Brother Yi is really an unmatched monster. The tiger's body trembling, making a Hegemon realm submit. It did not exist. Zhao Yu's hesitation at the last moment was because of the origin of blood in Yi Yuan's body. Of course, you are not a monster. These 5 words had indeed struck the softest spot in the depths of Zhao Yu's heart. His sanity was virtually non-existent, but he ultimately still retained the tiniest trace of humanity. What was the struggle, the anguish in the depths of his heart for? It was because everyone viewed him as a monster. If he had already completely had his consciousness die out, Yi Yuan's words naturally would not have an effect. But as long as he still had a tiny, tiny trace, then these 5 words would be very crucial, and the release of blood origin made Zhao Yu's body instinctively understand. In his body, those disorderly bloodlines that were mingling and class, plussing together were being controlled. Yi Yuan wanted to tell him, "I can let you not suffer the pain of bloodline havoc anymore." This was giving him hope. Under the combination of the 2 factors, Zhao Yu stopped at the final juncture. However, he was ultimately just a wild animal. Hence, Yi Yuan still nearly died. Roar, roar, roar. The underground water prison was shaking until it was almost crumbling. Zhao Yu was in great pain currently. Yi Yuan dragged his heavily injured body and walked toward Zhao Yu. "You are not a monster. You're the same as me, a human." Roar. Zhao Yu roared again. A tremendous force transmitted over. Yi Yuan was sent flying once more. The current Yi Yuan was incomparably miserable. However, he still insisted on getting to his feet and continued walking toward Zhao Yu. By the side, the hearts of Feng Qingxian and the rest were practically leaping out of their throats. This was truly dancing on the edge of death. If Zhao Yu wanted to kill Yi Yuan, it would really just be a matter of batting an eyelid. You are not a monster. If even you yourself gave up, then you'll really be hopeless. Are you reconciled to it? Are you willing to let those people who turned you into this have their way? Roar. A typhoon swept over. Yi Yuan was directly swept up into the sky. SMAs. Plussing heavily onto the ceiling and falling onto the ground again. If it were anyone else, they would not even have the strength to get to their feet, currently. But Yi Yuan did not give up. He got to his feet and walked toward Zhao Yu again. Each sentence from him came from the bottom of his heart. He saw Zhao Yu's agony. He also saw the pain of countless people like Zhao Yu. Compared to those people, perhaps Zhao Yu was fortunate instead. At least he survived. You've already suffered pain that others can't endure and survived. Could it be that you want to give up on yourself? No matter what you become, as long as your heart doesn't change, you're a human. Yi Yuan looked at Zhao Yu, his eyes incomparably sincere. Feng Qingxian, Long Yi, and the rest were extremely moved too. It was because they all felt Yi Yuan's sincerity. He was not making use of Zhao Yu. He genuinely wanted to save this monster. They felt incredulous. If it were them, they absolutely could not do it. This kind of monster, they felt disgusted just by taking a look. As if moved by Yi Yuan's sincerity, Zhao Yu did not attack Yi Yuan this time. Believe me, I can turn you back into your original appearance. Yi Yuan walked in front of Zhao Yu, placed his hand on top of his head, and gently stroked him. Feng Qingxian and the rest opened their eyes wide. Zhao Yu actually became quiet. Chapter 2992. This seat will let you know. Chapter 2992. This seat will let you know. Uft. The divine dragon envoy directly crushed an emperor's sakra, heavenly emperor's head, and threw the dead body to one side. This move intimidated everyone. The divine dragon envoy was not some flower vase. He was a mighty origin realm expert. Moreover, he even had many emperor sakra heaven realm powerhouses by his side. The rioting army's powerhouses started to despair. The opponent was too strong. He did not give them a chance at all. The divine dragon envoy's gaze swept over everyone's faces and said, "Coolly, a bunch of ant-like fellows. Just based on you people, you also want to escape Blood Dragon Island? Forget about you all. Even Hegemon realms can forget about leaving too." Everyone had fearful looks on their faces, all remaining silent and not speaking. They gave up. There was no hope of escaping at all. The dragon envoy said, "Go and put them back in handcuffs and escort them back. Whoever dares to resist, kill without amnesty." Hence, his subordinates carried one sealing handcuff after another and came over. Even so, there were still hot-blooded people. Either way, it's also dying. I'll fight it out with you all. I don't want to go back and live a life worse than pigs and dogs again. Killing one breaks even. Killing two is making a profit. Go to H-E-L-L. Several hundred people directly rushed out, attacking the Blood Dragon Island's powerhouses. The divine dragon envoy had a disdainful look, directly throwing a palm out. Several hundred bursts of force tore through the air. Bang! 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 Before those people had time to attack, they were directly blasted into dregs. This disparity in power levels could not be compensated for at all. Furthermore, these people were detained for a long time. Either the blood essence in their body was drained, or they were test subjects. Their combat strength not very strong. Those who truly had combat strength were all still being locked in cages. The divine dragon envoy swept another glance and said, "Coolly, who else wants to jump out?" Everyone was silent like cicadas in winter. No one dared to speak anymore. Those who dared to jump were already all dead. The divine dragon envoy waved his hands grandly, and his subordinates took action opening move, recuffing these people with sealing handcuffs again. The divine dragon envoy ordered, "Where's Yi Yuan? Bring him over." The subordinate said, "Replying to your excellency, Yi Yuan isn't among these people." When the divine dragon envoy heard, he smiled coldly and said, "You bunch of fools, you were made use of by people and didn't even know it yourselves. But it doesn't matter. There are still many people outside. They can't escape. This seat regards this boy very highly. He indeed didn't let this seat down as well. But this time, this seat is very angry. after capturing him back. This seat will make him become obedient. He had methods to deal with this kind of disobedient people. The geniuses that came here, which one was not proud to the extreme. In the end, they all became obedient babies. Rioting? Truly a bunch of ignorant and laughable fellows. Blood Dragon Island had been built for so many years. How could they have not considered this point? In this water prison, putting aside the layers of restrictions, there was an all-encompassing Signet lay down outside too. Forget about a measly little Emperor Cloud Heaven. Even an Emperor Sakura Heaven could forget about escaping too. A prisoner said weakly, "Why, Your Excellency, Yi Yuan, he didn't run away." "Emen, didn't run away? That's even better. Take me to him. This seat wants to see whether or not he has 3 heads and 6 arms." The divine dragon envoy said disdainfully. Although he was disdainful, having such a big disturbance take place this time, he was still very enraged. It had been so many years. He never made any mistakes. Today, it actually played out like this because of a little fellow. The divine dragon envoy could not help feeling very angry. He's releasing Zhao Yu, that person said again, weakly. "What's the use of releasing Zhao Yu? What did you say?" He wants to release Zhao Yu? In the beginning, the divine dragon envoy did not react to who Zhao Yu was. When he wrapped his mind around it, that sentence was virtually distorting his mind. At the thought of Zhao Yu breaking free, he was frightened until his soul left his body. Zhao Yu was too dangerous. This guy was only suppressed by requesting Lord Dragon Zan to personally take action the last time. Lord Dragon Zan was a supreme hegemon. If this guy got out, the entire Blood Dragon Island would be torn up by him. However, at the thought of how there weren't any happenings yet, his heart calmed down again. If Zhao Yu really broke free, he would have long charged over. "Hurry, go and inform Lord Bloodless and Lord Dragonwild. You go in front to take a look at the situation. If you discover Yi Yuan, immediately capture him and bring him over for me." The divine dragon envoy's reaction was extremely fast too, immediately giving the order. The Emperor Sakura Heaven, who was called, had a myriad of profanities galloping across in his heart. "Why don't you freaking go? If that monster really ran out, your father would be directly torn to shreds by him." But toward the divine dragon envoy's order, he had no choice but to obey. Otherwise, he would have to die right now. There was no way to go around it. He could only toughen his scalp and go. "No need. I'm already here." Right at this time, a voice sounded out at the back of the rioting army. It was Yi Yuan. However, his figure was blocked by the army and could not be seen. But the divine dragon envoy's heart settled down. If that monster was released, it would be impossible to be so quiet. That monster did not recognize its closest relatives at all. In one exchange, more than half of the people here would probably die. Hence, he laughed coldly and said, "Hoo-hoo, you brat, know that you're at the end of your rope. Now, you're here to admit your mistake. Too late. This seat will let you know that there's a price to pay for doing some things. Come, men, detain him." "No need. I'll come over myself." Yi Yuan said coolly. There was suddenly a commotion at the back. The crowd automatically opened up a path. Everyone's faces revealed looks of fear. The place that Yi Yuan Pa said through, everyone would immediately hide far away. The divine dragon envoy was somewhat curious. What was wrong with these guys? Each and every one of them seemed like they had seen a ghost. "Is this Yi Yuan so scary? I've seen him before, a pretty good-looking young man." Very soon, the crowd completely parted, and the divine dragon envoy saw Yi Yuan. Just one look, and he was frightened until his legs turned soft, and he almost knelt on the ground, only to see a monster that resembled neither human nor ghost behind Yi Yuan. Who could it be if not Zhao Yu? A large group of monsters was even following behind Zhao Yu. These monsters were all failed defects, but now they were all following behind Yi Yuan, incomparably docile and obedient. He rubbed his eyes hard, suspecting whether or not he saw wrongly. The unbelievably irascible Zhao Yu was actually so obedient. Roar! Seeing the divine dragon envoy, Zhao Yu suddenly became feverish, roaring angrily. It was only to see his two eyes turned blood red. It was as if he might pounce at any time. Even if his sanity was almost extinguished, he instinctively hated this guy who turned him into a monster. The divine dragon envoy was P.I.S. Sing his pants in fear. He was really P.I.S. Sing in his pants. He had seen before this monster going crazy. It was too terrifying. Yi Yuan stroked Zhao Yu's head, and Zhao Yu quietened down again. The divine dragon envoy quivered, astonished to the extreme in his heart. How was this possible? This guy was actually so docile in front of Yi Yuan. One had to know, even he Gemin dragons, and could not make this guy behave back then, either. Just what kind of magic did this boy cast? This monster did not have intelligence at all. He could actually subdue it. Yi Yuan looked at the divine dragon envoy and said with a sneer, "Just now, you said that some things when done, there will be a price to be paid." Chapter 2993, The Samsara of Cause and Effect. Chapter 2993, The Samsara of Cause and Effect. I said this before? Why don't I remember it? You must have heard wrongly. The divine dragon envoy was extremely terrified. Zhao Yu was staring fixedly at him. That ferocious gaze never left him up till now. A powerhouse at his level of cultivation realm originally should not be like this. But Zhao Yu's appearance and primitive, brutal aura indeed made people daunted at the sight of him. The divine dragon envoy was an origin powerhouse, but in front of Zhao Yu, it was a joke. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I feel that what you said is very right. As the divine dragon envoy, your hands are stained full of your own people's blood. You're not ashamed in the slightest, but take pride in it instead. You indeed have to pay the price for what you've done." The divine dragon envoy felt Yi Yuan's killing intent. His expression changed drastically as he said, "Yi Yuan, you understand. I was just obeying orders. The real executioner is someone else." Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "Do you really take me to be a kid who's still wet behind my ears? For over 100,000 years, the crimes that you've committed are too numerous to be recorded. Today, pay the price for the things that you've done." The divine dragon envoy's expression changed wildly, both legs trembling nonstop. Under Zhao Yu's tremendous pressure, he did not even have the courage to resist. But right at this time, a trace of ripple appeared in the air. Hegemon Bloodless and Hegemon Dragonwild emerged. Two great hegemons descended at the same time. Yi Yuan's expression changed. He did not expect that there was actually still more hegemon realm on this blood dragon island. It looked like the dragon race had some people who attached a lot of importance to this place. "All right, the farce ends here," Bloodless said coolly. The divine dragon envoy drew a deep breath, feeling akin to being relieved of a heavy burden. The two great hegemon realm powerhouses were here. He finally had the confidence. His gaze turned cold, and he said with a sneer, "Yi Yuan, are you very surprised? Didn't expect that there are actually two hegemon realms on Blood Dragon Island, right? Do you think that by controlling this monster, everything will go off without a hitch? Now, I want to see who's paying the price." Roar! Zhao Yu opened his gaping maws and became more and more berserk. Bloodless was a target that he must kill too. Yi Yuan looked at Zhao Yu and said, "Let's avoid them first." Roar! Roar! Zhao Yu's angry roar became increasingly maniacal. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "All right, I understand. Since that's the case, you do as you wish then." Roar. The divine dragon envoy smiled coldly and said, "Beast-like thing, merely a defective product, that's all." To also dare call out in front of two great hegemon realms. With two great hegemons here, divine dragon envoy's courage also grew considerably. Regarding Zhao Yu, this kind of monster, he held him in contempt. Swuz. H. Plus, Zhao Yu's figure instantly became blurry. A horrifying to the extreme aura swept over toward the divine dragon envoy. At the same time, Yi Yuan's figure also became blurry, fleeing the battlefield. He sustained serious injuries and had not fully recovered yet. Bloodless snorted coldly and said, "Ignorant brute, courting death." Virtually at the same time, two great hegemons made a move at the same time, dealing with Zhao Yu. But the moment they made a move, the two people's expressions changed. Zhao Yu's sharp claws seemed to be able to tear this sky. A scent of incredible danger hit them head-on. Bang! Bang! Bloodless and Dragonwild's figures left faster than when they arrived. Zhao Yu repelled two great hegemons with one move. His figure continued pouncing over toward the divine dragon envoy, grabbing him in his hand, and started tearing. At the same time, Yi Yuan displayed a spatial secret technique, bringing the majority of the people out of the battlefield. Those who failed to avoid it in time were directly shocked into meat paste by the aura of the three great hegemons. Also, those defective specimens that Zhao Yu brought, their two eyes turned bloodshot too, pouncing over toward the other Emperor Sakra heaven experts. At once, the entire dungeon became a hot mess. There were powerful restrictions inside the dungeon. Everyone only saw the raging energy flying everywhere like stray bullets. Instant death upon contact. Poo, 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 poo. Zhao Yu tore the divine dragon envoy to shreds very violently. However, he did not tear apart his origin divinity. He swallowed it in one mouthful. He had an instinctive hatred toward the divine dragon envoy, and would not let him die so easily. From start to end, the divine dragon envoy did not have any strength to fight back at all. The divine dragon envoy probably never even dreamed that he would die at the hands of the monster that he created. Perhaps this was the samsara of cause and effect. Roar! 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 Zhao Yu roared, seemingly feeling the delight of having taken revenge. Dragonwild and Bloodless seeing this scene, the two great hegemons' expressions were very ugly. This guy was very troublesome. Zhao Yu's strength had somewhat exceeded their expectations. In reality, it also greatly exceeded Yi Yuan's expectations. Zhao Yu's strength probably did not lose to peak hegemons already, plus that brutal savage strength and imposing momentum that did not fear death. His combat power probably approached supreme hegemon. Bloodless and Dragonwild were both not weaklings, but they were still repelled by him with one move. Roar! Zhao Yu suddenly turned his head, staring fixedly at Bloodless. This was the second person that he was going to kill. After Bloodless became hegemon realm, he virtually did not know what fear was. But now he felt his hair stand on end. Zhao Yu was very dangerous. Swuz. H. Plus, Zhao Yu turned into an afterimage, pouncing toward Bloodless. Bang! 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 Zhao Yu's attacks were incomparably fierce, without easing up at all. Bloodless did not even have the chance to use his ultimate move. Very primitive, very violent, but very strong. Dragonwild actually did not dare to join the battle for some time. This Zhao Yu was too ferocious and brutal. Dragonwild, if you still don't take action, the two of us will have to die here today. His strength is already infinitely close to supreme hegemon. Bloodless roared angrily. When Dragonwild heard that, he could only clench his teeth and join the fight. But it was useless. Zhao Yu fighting 1 against 2 completely suppressed them. The entire dungeon was reduced to fragments by the three people's battle. Even the restrictions started shattering. Finally, with a bang, the top of the dungeon had a large hole being punched out. The stars outside could be seen. The three people directly fought their way out from underground. When those prisoners saw this scene, each and every one of their faces turned white. This kind of battle was too savage and brutal. They were unable to imagine, if it was not for Yi Yuan subduing Zhao Yu, would they have been torn to pieces or not? Such an existence made them feel fear from the bottom of their souls. Many people's eyes looked toward Yi Yuan. How did this guy do it? Such a ferocious existence. They felt their souls quiver just with one glance. Yi Yuan could actually subdue him. Furthermore, they could tell that Yi Yuan did not have any contractual relations. I plus P with Zhao Yu. But Zhao Yu, without any intelligence, was actually willing to listen to Yi Yuan's orders. This was simply too miraculous. But no matter what, they were saved. The feeling of seeing the light of day again was really too wonderful. The ferocious beasts that Zhao Yu brought out, their strength were all extremely powerful. Before long, Blood Dragon Island's elite powerhouses were all brutally killed. Those prisoners were all extremely thrilled. Today, this end place that trapped them for several thousand years was finally going to be torn apart. Chapter 2994. It has nothing to do with me anymore. Chapter 2994. It has nothing to do with me anymore. Above the void, the battle was furious to the extreme. The three great hegemons' battle was completely not like the battle of hegemon realms. Primitive and fierce. Zhao Yu disregarded getting injured, attacking bloodless frenziedly. Bloodless physical body had already been smashed many times. He only survived by relying on powerful revival from a drop of blood. But the more Bloodless fought, the more terrified he became. Was this guy really the monster that he created? Why was he so strong? When he hegemoned dragons and suppressed Zhao Yu in the past, he was clearly not so strong yet. This was, of course, Yi Yuan's work. Yi Yuan helped Zhao Yu to examine his bloodlines and discovered that the bloodline powers within his body were incomparably complicated. The conversion blood crystal that Bloodless spent 100,000 years to come up with was naturally not an ordinary object. With Yi Yuan's current ability, he could not resolve it at all. After all, this was a hegemon level thing. Yi Yuan discovered that those complicated to the extreme bloodlines had already completely fused into one ent. One, tie with Zhao Yu and could not be separated at all. At least with his current strength, he could not do it at all. But Yi Yuan thought of a way. It was to inject a drop of his blood essence into Zhao Yu's body. Of course, his fused bloodline was actually nothing to Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu's bloodlines were far stronger than Yi Yuan's fused bloodline. It was just that the bloodline conflict left him in the abyss of suffering at all times. It was also precisely because of this that Zhao Yu became extremely irascible. However, a trace of blood origin was contained in Yi Yuan's blood essence. The origin of chaos blood was the source of all blood. There was no need to say more about its power. Under Yi Yuan's guidance, this trace of origin power had the effect of a lubricant. It was just like Zhao Yu's bloodline powers. They were originally stacked together like miscellaneous things, but now they were arranged neatly. Therefore, Zhao Yu's control over his bloodlines became even more accomplished with high proficiency. He did not need to waste energy to go and maintain that complicated bloodline conflict. Hence, his combat strength went off the charts. Arg. Why is it like this? How can it be like this? Bloodless also did not expect that this creature that he created was actually so powerful. Bang, bang, bang. Bloodless physical body was blown apart over and over again. Zhao Yu did not know fatigue at all. You revive 10 times, I'll blow you apart 10 times. You revive 100 times, I'll blow you apart 100 times. Finally, after being blasted apart, once more, he could no longer recover. The powerful hegemon Bloodless was completely killed by the monster that he created. Once Bloodless died, Dragonwild was unable to salvage the situation alone and fell very quickly. 2 great hegemons died at the hands of Zhao Yu, this monster. Roar! 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 Zhao Yu lifted his head to the sky and roared angrily, seemingly giving vent to the resentment in his heart. His intelligence was almost wiped out, but the instinct to take revenge was still there. Now that the great enmity had been avenged, his angry roar carried an inexplicable grief, moving people. Below, thousands of people felt deeply affected, as if they had experienced it too. Many people actually shed tears. In fact, what happened to Zhao Yu actually happened to them too. Finished vending, Zhao Yu leaped down and came before Yi Yuan, lying prostrating. Clearly, he was thanking Yi Yuan. The current Zhao Yu was extremely respectful and submissive. How did he still have the demeanor of the king of all beasts? All around, thousands of people directly knelt down toward Yi Yuan. This person was sent by heaven to save them. Many thanks, Sir Yi, for your life-saving grace. Everyone spoke in unison. Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, if you all want to thank Zhao Yu and his companions. I know that you all view him as a monster, but they are not monsters. They relied on powerful will to survive. Their humanity had not been extinguished. If that were not the case, even if I had exceedingly formidable abilities, I can't save all of you either. When everyone heard that, each and every one of them was extremely ashamed. Transplanting conversion blood crystal had extremely high mortality. Those able to survive were anomalies. However, bodies saw them as humans, even if Zhao Yu and the others were once one of them. This kind of incomparably ugly monster. Even they themselves felt disgusted too. And also fear. But it was these monsters that they looked down on in their hearts that rescued them today and avenged them. And many thanks for Brother Zhao's life-saving grace. Thank you, Brother Zhao, for taking action. Gradually, more and more people bowed toward Zhao Yu. Yi Yuan looked at Zhao Yu and said with a smile, "You look, they are all thanking you." Roar. Zhao Yu roared fiercely as though he was angry. Everyone was alarmed when they saw it. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "He's happy." Only then did everyone feel relieved. The current Zhao Yu was no different from a wild beast. Everything was based on instinct. The only one that he trusted was Yi Yuan. This was because the sincerity of Yi Yuan was something that no one else had. In the horizon, more than 100 people in mighty contingents were flying over toward this side. These hundreds of people had an imposing momentum, seething with killing intent. Especially the old man in the front, he had an unstoppable momentum. These people were precisely the various tribe powerhouses that came from afar. Long Qinxiang, come out for this seat and die. His voice reached first before his person reached. Hegemon Long Rant's fury at this time could be seen. But when his figure appeared in the sky above Blood Dragon Island, his entire person was stunned. Where are the people? Long Ran said with a dumbfounded look. The auras of hegemons were very strong, let alone that Zhao Yu had fought fiercely with the 2 great hegemons for the greater part of a day. Dragonwild's and bloodless auras had not dissipated yet until now. Long Ran was very certain that there were 2 great hegemons who died. The entire Blood Dragon Island was a scene of desolation being fought until it fragmented into pieces, becoming a wasteland. Even Long Ran, this hegemon realm, was stunned by the scene before his eyes too. Two great hegemons falling. This was a huge matter. What was going on? Yi Yuan rose up into the air and said to Long Ran with cupped fists, "Senior Long Ran, Blood Dragon Island's matter has already been resolved. The two great hegemons on the island, Dragonwild and Bloodless, had been executed. Everyone who was involved in murdering their own people, they had all been beheaded." Long Ran had a stunned look again and said, "Are resolved? So it has nothing to do with me anymore?" Roar! Behind Yi Yuan, Zhao Yu rose up into the air and bared his teeth at Long Ran, BRIMMING with killing intent. When Long Ran saw Zhao Yu's ferocious appearance, he could not help jumping in fright and was almost about to attack. Yi Yuan hurriedly said, "Senior, please stay your hand. The one who killed Dragonwild and Bloodless was precisely Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu, this is Senior Long Ran. Don't be rude." The moment Zhao Yu heard, he immediately stopped behind Yi Yuan and stopped flying off the handle. When Long Ran saw this scene, his eyes were almost popping out. Zhao Yu gave him an extremely dangerous aura. He had a feeling that if they really came to blows, he was most likely not this guy's match. Furthermore, this guy was incomparably savage. He was completely a wild beast, but he was actually so obedient in front of Yi Yuan. How did this boy do it? During this period of time, Yi Yuan had always been devoted to Blood Dragon Island's matter, and he cut off the connection with his human soul clone. Therefore, Long Ran did not know what happened here. It was also precisely because of this that when the human soul clone knew that things were bad, he urged Long Ran to hurry over. Long Ran did not expect that it actually had nothing to do with him anymore. Chapter 2995. He'll definitely pay the price. Chapter 2995. He'll definitely pay the price. After dispelling the heavy fog, everyone seemed to have stepped into paradise. Many true dragons were soaring in the sky. This place was the world of dragons. Stop. Trace Ba. Sing Heavenly Dragon Island is a capital offense. Suddenly, a voice came out of the large fog. Two Emperor Sakura Heaven Realm true dragons dashed out, blocking everyone's path. But very soon, their expressions changed, because they saw thousands of people moving like a great flood barging into Heavenly Dragon Island. Each one was very powerful. The old man in front was even an existence that made them tremble. Long Min, you're really awe-inspiring. To dare block this seat's path. Long Ran said with a cold snort. This group of people was precisely Long Ran and party who came from Blood Dragon Island to denounce publicly for crimes. Originally, Long Ran planned on coming alone, but he listened to Yi Yuan's advice and brought these thousands of people all onto Heavenly Dragon Island. Apart from this, the leaders of East Billow region's various major tribes, as well as 4 other hegemon realm powerhouses, were all gathered here in order to put pressure on Heavenly Dragon Island. These people represented the entire East Billow region. This Elder Long Ran has returned. Long Min naturally doesn't dare to stop, but these people, each and every one of them, they are strange beings. How can they enter Heavenly Dragon Island? Whatever business Elder Long Ran has, you can enter the island with all the elders. As for the others, they had better remain outside. Long Min said neither obsequiously nor haughtily, but the meaning in his words was filled with disdain. The strange beings that he talked about, it was naturally referring to Zhao Yu and the rest. These people were filled with a savage aura on their bodies. In Long Min's view, they were not worthy to enter the island at all. Heavenly Dragon Island was the holy land of the 33 Heavens dragon race, being a paramount place. These monsters getting on the island were desecrating the Holy Land. Long Ran and the rest of the Hegemon realm powerhouses naturally had extremely high statuses in the dragon race. It was just that they were advanced in age and could not bear to part with their tribes. That was why they did not stay on Heavenly Dragon Island, but they were all Heavenly Dragon Island's Hegemon realm elders. They naturally had the qualifications to enter the island. Roar! Behind Yi Yuan, Zhao Yu roared furiously. His fiendish aura instantly spread throughout the entire island. Long Min's expression changed greatly. He felt the scent of death. It was not just Zhao Yu. Long Min's words made everyone who were already sensitive to begin with completely explode. This guy must be in cahoots with Long Qianxiang. Kill him. Take revenge for our dead brothers. Your father is risking it all today and fighting it out with Heavenly Dragon Island. Facing Long Min's discrimination, each and every one of them was extremely indignant and virtually wanted to rampage. Long Min could not quite hold them back anymore, although he was aware that he was aloof from the SES. One look, and it was clear that these people were not to be trifled with. Disregarding Zhao Yu, none of those monsters behind him was to be trifled with. Any random one that came out could tear him to shreds. Get lost. Otherwise, this seat will kill you now as a sacrificial offering. Long Ran said with seething killing intent. Long Min's expression changed repeatedly, and he said, Elder Long Ran, here is Heavenly Dragon Island. If you do this, you have to consider the consequences. Long Ran sneered and said, if this place isn't Heavenly Dragon Island, this seat wouldn't come. Today, this seat came to ask me, Zhan, whether or not he still takes this seat to be a clansman. Finished saying, he directly smacked Long Min flying with a slap and could not be bothered to talk rubbish with him at all. Several thousand people marched for the sky above Heavenly Dragon Island in a mighty contingent. The entire Heavenly Dragon Island seethed with excitement at once. Many people were uncertain what it meant and even thought that there were enemies attacking. Swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus. One powerful aura after another stepped out of the void. 1, 2, 3, 37 Hegemon realms. Yi Yuan could not help drawing a cold breath. This was also too strong. The entire Grand Bright Jade, complete heaven, only had 60 over Hegemon realm powerhouses, while a single Heavenly Dragon Island actually had 37 Hegemon realms already, plus Long Ran the 5 of them. There were 42. Yi Yuan knew that there were definitely still many Hegemon realms that had gone into hiding. Just one dragon clan. The number of Hegemon realms was no less than 60. This power was too terrifying. How many Hegemon realms did the entire Void Shrine illuminating heaven have? No wonder the Blood Race did not dare to invade this place in a flagrant manner. Once they angered the 4 symbols family clans, several hundred Hegemon realms joining forces could directly level them. With 37 Hegemon realms stood proudly in the air, it completely suppressed the imposing momentum on Yi Yuan's side at once. A Hegemon realm whose aura was powerful to the extreme questioned Long Ran, do you want a rebel? Bringing a bunch of monsters and forcibly getting on Heavenly Dragon Island. What do you want? Yi Yuan felt that this person's strength was at least Supreme Hegemon level 2. Rebel? Long Jian, this old man's head isn't rotten. Can I rebel just by bringing these people? This old man came here today with no other intention than to seek justice for East Billow region's children and grandchildren. If Heavenly Dragon Island feels that our East Billow region is expendable, then you can very well annihilate all of us today. From now on, Heavenly Dragon Island is Heavenly Dragon Island, and East Billow region is East Billow region. We'll have no dealings with each other. Either way, in the eyes of you all, these hegemons who are far removed from the SES, and reality, were just a bunch of ants. Long Rant's words carried endless lament and resentment. On Blood Dragon Island, he understood everything. Looking at these monster-like children, his heart ached to the extreme. Over 100,000 years, how many geniuses died? Among these people, perhaps there would be hegemon realms appearing. No matter how lacking, there would also be a large batch of origin powerhouses. But they all died in their own people's hands. Long Jian's brows furrowed slightly, and he said in a solemn voice, "Long Ran, have you gone muddle-headed with age? East Billow region and Heavenly Dragon Island are of the same breath and branch. We are both of the dragon race. Where are your words coming from?" Of the same breath and branch. Ha ha, what a fine of the same breath and branch. Long Jian, you open your eyes wide and take a good look at them. Dragonwild and Long Qianxiang turn them into resembling neither human nor ghost. You're telling me now of the same breath and branch? Don't tell me that Dragonwild and Long Qianxiang has nothing to do with Heavenly Dragon Island, right? Long Ran laughed until tears ran down his old face. Long Jian's expression changed, and he said in a solemn voice, "Long Ran, you have to take responsibility for saying this kind of words. Long Ran, this seat knows that you harbor discontentment, but making slanderous charges like this, do you really think that this seat doesn't dare to kill you?" At this time, another supreme hegemon came forward and criticized Long Ran. Roar. It was only to hear an Astonies. Plussing angry roar. Zhao Yu directly turned into an afterimage without waiting for Yi Yuan's orders, pouncing toward this person. Everyone felt Zhao Yu's heinous wrath. Bang! Enormous fluctuations rippled in the void, and Zhao Yu was directly sent flying out. And that supreme hegemon was actually also knocked back several thousand feet by Zhao Yu. "Foul beast! This seat will slaughter you." That supreme hegemon was greatly enraged and was about to kill. Roar. Zhao Yu roared angrily too and pounced once more. "Zhao Yu, stop!" Yi Yuan hurriedly yelled. Roar. Zhao Yu roared angrily with unwillingness. Yi Yuan leaped up and arrived in front of Zhao Yu and said firmly, "I know that your fury is hard to appease, but I guarantee you he'll definitely pay the price." Roar. Zhao Yu seemed to understand Yi Yuan's words, roaring angrily again, but restrained his sharp edge. Above the sky, the group of hegemon realm powerhouses was incredibly amazed. They could tell that this wild beast-like monster did not have intelligence, but he was actually so submissive and obedient to a measly little Emperor Cloud Heaven. Chapter 2996, Chaos True Dragon. Chapter 2996, Chaos True Dragon. Yi Yuan did not recognize this supreme hegemon, but he already knew who he was. Hegemon Dragon San. Back then, when Zhao Yu was completely beastified, he was suppressed by him. Clearly, the experience back then was very unpleasant. Zhao Yu only relied on instinct when doing things. Apart from hegemon Dragon San, and body made him have such great fury. Her, little fellow, your tone is very big. You think that because this ugly monster listens to you, you can be unbridled in front of this seat? Dragons and said with a light laugh. Clearly, he did not place Yi Yuan, this little bug, in his sights at all. That made sense. Why would an exalted supreme hegemon place an Emperor Cloud Heaven in his eyes? However, he was calm and collected on the surface. In reality, he was extremely shocked in his heart. He naturally knew who Zhao Yu was because it was he who took action to suppress Zhao Yu when he was forced to fuse with the conversion blood crystal. Back then, The berserk Xiao Yu did not have the strength to resist at all under his hands. But that blow earlier, although Xiao Yu was somewhat at a disadvantage, he already had the qualification to fight with him. Furthermore, this monster did not recognize its closest relatives and was violent to the extreme. It could actually heed Yi Yuan's words. This boy was not simple. Yi Yuan looked at Dragon Zen and said coolly, "Dragon Zen, we haven't come after you yet, but you jumped out yourself. When these people, came to Heavenly Dragon Island, we didn't think of going back alive at all. If Blood Dragon Island's matter is the entire Heavenly Dragon Island's intention, then I have nothing to say. Today, just count it as the few thousand of us are walking right into a trap. But if it isn't her, you probably can't I plus RK responsibility." Dragon Sand's gaze turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, "What Blood Dragon Island? Brat, you dare to slander this seat. This seat will kill you right now. Could it be that anyone else dare to say a word of refusal?" Terrifying power of origin directly pressed over toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan seemed to be hit by a paralyzing hex, unable to move at all. This was the strength of a supreme hegemon. Roar! Xiao Yu roared angrily once more, preparing to pounce towards Dragon Zen. "Enough! Dragon Zen, stop! The matter hasn't been figured out yet. What are you haggling over with a junior for?" Long Jian stopped. Dragon Zen was clearly a little apprehensive of Long Jian. That was why he restrained his aura and said with a cold snort, "This junior has a human physical body, but he possesses Heaven Qian grade bloodline. It's peculiar. No matter how things are, we have to figure it out." Long Jian nodded his head, expressing agreement. Indeed, he found it very strange too. Yi Yuan's bloodline power clearly could not hide from these major powers. Long Ran, whatever there is, say it clearly in front of all the clansmen. Long Jian said. Long Ran said with a cold smile, "Ha! Luckily, this old man listened to Yi Yuan and came with such a grand lineup. Otherwise, I really couldn't have explained things with one mouth. This matter can't be reasoned with you. I want to see progenitor Mi Shun." Long Jian frowned and said, "Long Ran, you're going overboard." Long Ran did not care in the slightest and said with a cold snort, "Long Jian, this matter, don't need me to say, you've also guessed some things, right? I came today to personally ask progenitor Mi Shun whether or not he has given up on the East Billow region. If so, don't need everyone to take action. This old man will kill them with my own hands, then S away in seclusion here." His gaze swept over the faces of all the hegemons, and he asked in a solemn voice, "There are many among you all who came from the East Billow region too. Now, somebody is treating your children and descendants as pigs and sheep, both hands stained full of their own people's fresh blood. Do you all have an easy conscience like this?" Those present were all not fools. Long Ran coming with such a grand lineup, bringing along a bunch of ugly creatures, and forcibly entering Heavenly Dragon Island. How could they not see through some clues? They were also extremely shocked in their hearts. There was actually someone who had such gall. Long Jian let out a sigh and said, "All right, this seat understands." Rumble. An enormous round hole suddenly appeared in the sky. Civ Dragon had emerged from the round hole. A boundless chaos aura instantly enveloped the entire Heavenly Dragon Island. Seeing this enormous dragon, Yi Yuan actually gave rise to the impulse to prostrate in wars. I+P. He was incredibly shocked in his heart. Was this the aura of a powerhouse who was about to reach the great beyond in the legends? Strong. Really strong to the extreme. Originally, Yi Yuan thought that Supreme Hegemon was already the limit of Hegemon realm. Such as Hegemon imperishable that level of existence, he was seriously far too strong. Even if Gemin Samsara was stronger than him, how strong could he be? But now, having witnessed this enormous dragon, he completely understood. Under the firmament, Yi Yuan felt that he was as insignificant as an ant. They were heaven. The enormous dragon swam out of the sky. That Ma's sieve body could not be contained even by the entire vast expanse of heaven. Yi Yuan estimated with his eyes that this enormous dragon's body was probably reached 100,000 feet long. Chaos true dragon. This was an existence that was born from heaven and earth. Paying respects to progenitor Mi Jun, everyone knelt down toward this giant dragon. In fact, even the incomparably berserk Zhao Yu lied prostrate. There was a voice in Yi Yuan's heart that was calling nonstop, asking him to kneel. But he did not. Instead, Yi Yuan stuck his chest up and stood even straighter. The giant dragon's gaze looked over. The dragon head sticking straight down, virtually touching Yi Yuan's face. "Young man, why do you not kneel?" "I'm a divergent cultivator. I don't even kneel to heaven and earth. Why would I kneel to you? You have a dragon soul. You're of the dragon race. So you have to kneel to this ancestor. You're born from heaven and earth. Then do you kneel to heaven and earth?" Mi Jun stared at Yi Yuan and was silent for a long time. Yi Yuan also met Mi Jun's two eyes and did not shrink back in the slightest. Long ran, and the rest felt like they were almost fainting in anger. This punk's gall was also too fat. This was the progenitor. "You actually dared to speak like that?" Ha ha! Suddenly Mi Jun burst into laughter. The laughter shook until heaven and earth changed colors. Yi Yuan felt that his bones were almost being shattered. "Interesting. An interesting little fellow. Looks like you understand heaven very well. Across the heavens and myriad worlds, there has never been a divergent cultivator who could transcend samsara. This progenitor really wants to see how you fight with heaven." Amidst the loud laughter, Mi Jun pulled back and circled around above the void again. Yi Yuan finally let out a sigh of relief in secret. This scene earlier merely lasted for a dozen overbreaths. But Yi Yuan felt as if 10,000 years had said. His heartbeat was almost stopping. Facing such an existence, to say that his heart was still like water, that would be a lie. But Yi Yuan's willpower was long already incomparably powerful. He overcame it. Of course, what was more important was that Mi Jun was really too terrifying. He did not have any secrets to speak of in front of him. Being so near, Yi Yuan did not know whether or not Mi Tian would be exposed. But just now, Mi Tian seemingly disappeared from his body. Even Yi Yuan himself could not feel his existence anymore. Very clearly, Mi Jun could not feel it too. At this point, how could Yi Yuan still not guess it? To be able to make Mi Tian fall, apart from an existence like Mi Jun, who else could there be? Mi Tian being reluctant to make it clear all along. On the one hand, it was that he himself was not sure too. On the other hand, he was worried that he would harm him. Mi Jun was too strong. Long Ran, whatever you have, say it. Mi Jun looked at Long Ran and said gravely, Chapter 2997, Overbearing Dragon Zan. Chapter 2997, Overbearing Dragon Zan. What? Dragon Wild and Long Qianxiang actually did such things that go against heaven and reason. No wonder the younger generation disciples who entered Heavenly Dragon Island these few years have been getting worse with each generation. Turns out that they were sent to Blood Dragon Island. The two of them have really lost all balance of judgment. To actually lay such vicious hands on their own people. Long Ran revealed everything about Blood Dragon Island's incident. The entire Heavenly Dragon Island fell into shock. And these monsters in front of them were Blood Dragon Island's masterpieces. Although Heavenly Dragon Island's powerhouses were sitting up high in a prominent position and turned their noses up at East Billow region, this did not mean that they could butcher their clansmen. Heavenly Dragon Island had many hegemon realms that came out of the East Billow region. Blood Dragon Island's matter aroused everyone's fury. Presumably, I brought everyone here today to ask one thing. Are the East Billow region's tribes still part of the dragon race? Long Ran choked with sobs as he said. Mi-shun was silent. After a long time, he heaved a sigh and said, "This progenitor wholeheartedly pursued great Tao these few years, resulting in neglecting Heavenly Dragon Island's affairs. I didn't expect that it actually caused such a tragedy. Long Ran, don't mention such a thing again. This progenitor apologizes to you and to everyone on behalf of Heavenly Dragon Island." These words were sincere and moving. Many East Billow region geniuses felt inexplicably touched. Progenitor Mi-shun was a D-like figure to them. But progenitor Mi-shun did not put on any airs and actually apologize to them. In reality, and body blamed Mi-shun at all either. Their resentment and hatred were all focused on Dragonwild and Long Qinxiang. Progenitor Mi-shun, you aren't to be blamed for this. It's all Dragonwild and Long Qinxiang's fault. Yeah, you don't need to apologize. Progenitor's apology is too much for us to bear. Everyone was in fear and trepidation. All the people that originally came in a threatening manner became scared all at once. Only Yi Yuan and Long Ran were sneering in their hearts. Although Mi-tian did not mention this to him, how shrewd was an old monster like Long Ran? Mi-tian did not reveal his ident. One, tie but let Yi Yuan enter Heavenly Dragon Island through mountain challenging, which in itself already indicated many problems. Coupled with Mi-tian's demise, Yi Yuan could roughly guess some things. The more Mi-shun was like this, the more vigilant he was in his heart. However, he naturally would not be dumb enough to expose it. Long Ran said with righteous indignation, "Progenitor, we don't blame you for this. But I want to ask Progenitor one thing. Are the East Billow region's various tribes still considered a part of the dragon race?" Mi-shun said in sullen anger, "Long Ran, these words are overboard. You all are Big Brother and my descendants. You're naturally all part of the dragon race." Long Ran said, "Since that's the case, Progenitor, please uphold justice for us. This sort of thing is absolutely not done by Dragonwild and Long Qinxiang only. There must be someone involved from Heavenly Dragon Island. Progenitor, please take charge and get to the bottom of things." Everyone prostrated again and said in unison, "Progenitor, please get to the bottom of it." Mi-shun nodded his head and said, "Dragons, and what do you have to say?" "Progenitor, there's nothing to say. As long as they can produce evidence proving that Blood Dragon Island's matter was instigated by me behind the scenes, I'll waste my own cultivation to atone for my crime to Progenitor." Dragons had a calm look and was not the least bit worried at all. He controlled Blood Dragon Island's matter remotely and did not leave behind any evidence. Now, Dragonwild and Long Qinxiang were both dead. With no witnesses to testify, he was not scared at all. Roar. Zhao Yu roared angrily again. The moment Dragons opened his mouth, Zhao Yu always could not control himself. Dragons looked at Yi Yuan with a frown and said with a cold snort, "Kid, control this animal well. Otherwise, once this seed is enraged, I'm afraid that I can't resist slaughtering him. This animal is just a bloodline warrior. He's not a member of my dragon race. If this seat wants to kill him, and, body will stop me." Yi Yuan was not angry either and said with a light smile, "Hegemon Dragons, do you have what's called a guilty conscience?" Dragons could not help laughing and said, Is an animal without intelligence roaring a few times at this seat considered proof? I think that the people that this brute is roaring at aren't just this seat alone, right? Roar, roar. Zhao Yu reached the brink of rampaging once more. Dragon Sand's two eyes turned cold, and he said coolly, "Kid, this seat's dignity isn't to be provoked by an animal. Give you 3 breaths of time. If you can't take out evidence, this seat will slaughter this beast first." He gemined dragons and was overbearing to the extreme. However, the hegemons did not express any dissatisfaction with his words. Zhao Yu did not have intelligence at all. Him roaring a few times naturally could not be taken as evidence. But hegemon Dragon Sand's prestige was not to be provoked. One should not look at how hegemon dragons and was very respectful in front of progenitor Mi Zhan. He was a true blue supreme powerhouse. His strength was not at all inferior to the soul race's hegemon imperishable. How could this kind of powerhouse let an animal provoke in front of him time and again? Therefore, him wanting to kill Zhao Yu was within reason. And, body could find any problems. He gemined dragons and stood with his hands behind his back, looking down from a height. In his eyes, no matter whether it was Yi Yuan or Zhao Yu, they were both just ants. But Long Rant's expression was very ugly. The development of things had somewhat escaped his control. Proof. He really did not have this thing. Blood Dragon Island's matter was done very cleanly. He had already searched Blood Dragon Island and did not find any evidence that could directly take dragons and down, forcibly entering Heavenly Dragon Island. He wanted to let these several thousand people all tell the same story and cast stones at Dragon Zan. But he did not expect that Dragon Zan was actually so overbearing, directly wanting to kill Zhao Yu. Yet, he had no way to reason things out. 3, 2. Dragon Sand's imposing momentum grew stronger and stronger. The pressure of a supreme hegemon crushed East Billow region's geniuses until each and everyone were about to kneel down. Clearly, he wanted to take Long Ran down a notch. As for the rest, he did not place them in his sights at all. 2 breaths, his imposing momentum already rose to the peak. In the next instant, it was an earth-shattering blow. Right at this time, Yi Yuan opened his mouth and said coolly, "You want proof? Then I'll let you see it." Humph! Dragons and snorted coldly. Yi Yuan was akin to having suffered a brutal blow, the 2 eyes going dark, almost fainting, directly spurting out a large mouthful of blood. His entire person was directly being pressed on the ground with an incredible pressure. All the bones in his body were directly crushed. This guy was too strong. Even if it was just a warning, it was also not what Yi Yuan could withstand. He would not kill Yi Yuan, because Yi Yuan was of the dragon race. But he would not give Yi Yuan the chance to open his mouth. Brat, the conversation between hegemon realms. It isn't your turn to come and interject. Whatever you have, let Long Ran say it. You aren't qualified enough. Roar. Seeing Yi Yuan get injured, Zhao Yu completely rampaged. Dragon Zan was overjoyed in his heart. What he wanted was this result. Zhao Yu was very troublesome. His enmity toward him was a hidden danger from start to end. Therefore, resolving it now was the best. Zhao Yu, stop. At this time, Yi Yuan bellowed. Zhao Yu shuddered. He felt Yi Yuan's fury and actually held back the wildness, only to see Yi Yuan slowly get up from the blood pool, pointing at dragons, and, as he said coldly, "What are you scared of today? Unless you kill me in front of progenitor, I'll definitely make you pay the price." Chapter 2998. Enshrouding Mist Soul Reading Art. Chapter 2998. Enshrouding Mist Soul Reading Art. Dragon Zan was shocked in his heart. He was very sure that the blow earlier was enough to turn Yi Yuan into a ma. S of slush, unable to get up anymore. But Yi Yuan stood up. Then he pointed at his nose and scolded him, which was also to say that this guy was talking to him while withstanding a pile of broken bones and enduring a pain that normal people found it hard to imagine. Was this kid a madman? Dragons did not expect that this puny little Emperor Cloud Heaven was actually so ruthless to himself. Scared? Her. Apart from progenitor, there isn't an existence that makes this seat scared in this world. Just based on you, a measly little Emperor Cloud Heaven, that blow just now was just teaching you a lesson, to let you know how insignificant you are. The world of hegemon realms isn't what you can get involved in. Also, do you really think that this seat doesn't dare to kill you? Hegemon Dragon then said with a calm look. Longren also did not expect that dragons actually disregarded his status and made a move against the Emperor Cloud Heaven Yi Yuan. At this time, he flew into a great rage and said, "Dragons, do you still want face or not? Bring it on. If you have the ability, kill the few thousand of us. Come on. Shameless thing. If you have the ability, kill us." An exalted supreme hegemon actually made a move against an Emperor Cloud Heaven. Do you still want face or not? Come on. Kill us. Kill us. The East Billow region's several thousand people all exploded. No matter who dragons messed with, they would not have been so agitated. Yet he touched Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was their savior. Without Yi Yuan, they would still be at that N place living a life like HELL. The hegemons were all extremely surprised. Clearly, they all did not expect that Dragon Sand's blow actually seemed to have poked the hornet's nest. In their view, although dragons had the suspicion of bullying the weak, he was not wrong. A puny little Emperor Cloud Heaven indeed did not have the qualifications to take part in the conversation between hegemons. They had always thought that the leader of this group of people was Longren, but now they discovered that it was clearly not. Each time that Yi Yuan opened his mouth to speak, their expressions were very different. Humph! This seat wants to see what proof you can take out. I'll say it first. If you can't take out proof, or it's simply empty rhetoric, then this seat will kill people all the same. Dragons said with a cold snort. He gave in, angering the entire East Billow region. This price was not what he could bear. The domineeringness from before was a fair use of his status. Hegemons could not be insulted. This idea was seared in everyone's hearts. But now, Yi Yuan had the entire East Billow region behind him as his backer. It was clearly different. Zhao Yu. Yi Yuan's gaze was icy cold to the extreme. Zhao Yu became aware of Yi Yuan's goal and opened his mouth to spit. A remnant soul was spat out. This remnant soul was riddled full of holes, looking very miserable. However, his appearance could still be discerned. Long Qinxiang. He's actually not dead yet. He's pretty much dead like this, right? Consciousness is already blurry. There's no difference from a fool anymore. Can his words serve as evidence? Many hegemons all secretly shook their heads, feeling that Yi Yuan was extremely unwise. It was not that he could not have Long Qianxiang incriminate dragons, but he at least had to have a complete origin divinity too, right? What the HEL? I was this. When Dragons saw this, he could not help laughing and said, "This is the proof that you're talking about. Do you think that these hegemon realms, are very easy to hoodwink?" From start to end, Mi Zhen did not express anything. He was aloof from worldly affairs. It was as if everything was under his control. Yi Yuan did not talk rubbish, his origin divinity directly leaving his body, transforming into a thick mist. Dragon Sand's pupils constricted, and he cried out in surprise, enshrouding mist soul physique. This kid is actually so heaven-defying in the soul path. Even Mi Zhen let out a light cry of surprise too. Enshrouding mist soul physique, known as the strongest soul physique in the soul race. Even Hegemon, heavenly soul, was marginally weaker in comparison to. In this place, they actually saw an enshrouding mist soul physique. How could they not be surprised? A Hegemon said, I heard that the Nirvanic Soul clan has many pseudo-imperishable soul physiques. This kid is probably the same too, right? No need to make a big fuss. No, Yi Yuan has the true enshrouding mist soul physique. There's the aura of chaos in his soul body. It's exactly the same as imperishable, that old ghost. No, wait. This boy's enshrouding mist soul physique is very strange. It's actually even engraved with many origin seeds. Long Jian said with a serious face. He and dragons, and were both the dragon race's supreme hegemons. They were not at all inferior to Hegemon imperishable. Their experiences and knowledge were naturally extraordinary. His words shocked everyone. Didn't that mean that Yi Yuan's soul physique had even greater potential than Hegemon imperishable? However, what is he trying to do? Many people were wondering with uncertainty. Amidst doubtful voices, the enshrouding mist soul physique directly burrowed into Long Qianxiang's dilapidated origin divinity. Ugh, arg. Strange cries emitted from Long Qianxiang's mouth. But very soon, the enshrouding mist soul physique spread out. One lifelike image after another appeared in front of everyone. Are these all Long Qianxiang's memory fragments? That's Windward Tribe. This accursed brute actually exterminated the entire Windward Tribe. Also, isn't that Hegemon Dragonriver's grandson? He was captured to Blood Dragon Island too? My G.O.D. Just how many extremely brutal things has this SCU done? One scene after another appeared, and the entire Heavenly Dragon Island was shocked. These scenes were just Long Qianxiang's memory fragments and not complete memories. But even so, it was sufficient to set the world on fire too. Long Qianxiang and Dragonwild, two people, over the years had simply reached a point where all rationality and morality were lost. It even involved the descendants of several hegemons. The expressions of those hegemon realm powerhouses gradually turned dark. Let things drift if they did not affect one personally. But now, Long Qianxiang had already touched their reverse scales. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Quickly look! That's Hegemon Dragonsan's voice. He's currently giving Long Qianxiang orders." Everyone was startled and hurriedly looked toward that scene. It was only to see Long Qianxiang kneeling on the ground, listening attentively to someone's instructions. This person was none other than precisely dragons, and the development is too slow. I need more powerful bloodlines. Dragons said. Long Qianxiang trembled and said, "Lord Dragons, and please forgive our offense. We're already doing our very best, but the bloodlines are still insufficient. Then go and kill. East Billow region has so many tribes. There are always some rare bloodlines. If you kill more people, there will naturally be bloodlines." Dragons said coolly, "Yes, subordinate understands." Long Qianxiang said. The conversation was not long, but each word cut deep. That indifference toward his own clansmen made people's hair stand on end. There were not many scenes with him. It could be seen that Dragons was extremely careful, but he still left behind clues in the end. Whose? H. Plus all of a sudden, all the scenes disappeared without a trace. The enshrouding mist soul physique turned into a wisp of green smoke and returned to Yi Yuan's physical body. Progenitor Mi Zhen, I wonder if this can be taken as proof. Yi Yuan stared at the true dragon above the void and said coldly. Mi Zhen nodded his head and said, "The enshrouding mist soul reading art has a great reputation. It can naturally serve as proof. Chapter 2999. Are you very surprised? Chapter 2999. Are you very surprised? Enshrouding mist soul reading art was Hegemon Imperishable's unique secret technique, utilizing the enshrouding mist soul physique to perfectly replicate the information in the soul body. This move was even more useful than Soul Search. Soul Search was too violent. It was very easy to lose some important information, but the enshrouding mist soul physique would not. Over 100,000 years, how many memories was that? But during these 100,000 years, Dragon's End rarely appeared in Long Qianxiang's life. With soul searching, it basically could not be found. But the enshrouding mist soul reading art could. Dragon's End was shocked. He completely did not expect that Yi Yuan actually still had this move. With this, the evidence was really ironclad. Dragon's End, what do you still have to say now? Long Ran berated angrily. You butcher, you've simply lost all balance of judgment. Dragon's End, you brute. This seat will fight it out to the bitter end with you today. Progenitor, please seek justice for the wronged souls of those clansmen who died. With this, Dragon's End had incurred public wrath. What he had done could not see the light at all. If it saw the light, he would die. What he offended was the entire dragon race. Heavenly Dragon Island's Hegemon realm powerhouses more or less had some connections with the East Billow region. The Holy Land did not exist independently. Heavenly Dragon Island's existence was supported by the entire East Billow region. Dragon Sand's actions had angered everyone. Above the void, Mijin looked at Dragon's End and slowly opened his mouth and said, Dragon's End, what do you still have to say? Dragon Sand's expression was grim to the extreme. His gaze when looking toward Yi Yuan seethed with killing intent. He did not place this ant-like little fellow in his eyes at all. Whether or not you were angry or hateful, what did it have to do with me? But it was this bug-like existence that exposed all of his unsavory past. With this, he really could not clear his name even by jumping into the Yellow River. Suddenly, Dragon's End let out a wild laugh and pointed at Mijin as he denounced indignantly, Mijin, you've disappointed me too much. All the hegemons shut up. Dragon's End went crazy to actually even dare to scold progenitor Mijin. Our dragon race is born from chaos and is the strongest in all the worlds. Why do we have to be content to exercise sovereignty over a part of the region? We stand proudly at the summit of all the heavens and should unify the 33 heavens to begin, with becoming the overlord of all races. But you only know to eke out a miserable existence on this heavenly dragon island. If you're not doing it, then I'll do it. What's wrong with cooperating with the blood race and studying bloodlines? Those who accomplish great things don't pay attention to trifles. What do a few clansmen dying count for? If it can let everyone become hegemons, our dragon race will be able to dominate the heavens immediately. At that time, you all will have to thank me, Dragon's End. What wrong have I committed? The current Dragon's End was unrestrained to the extreme and did not even place Mijin in his sights. In fact, some dragon clan's warring factions were stirred up by him until they were itching for action. Unifying the heavens, becoming the overlord of all worlds, this was really a huge temptation. Dragon's End, you're really crazy. Have you forgotten about the Labyrinth Divine Palace back then? Unifying the 33 heavens, you're pus. Plusing the entire divine race towards the abyss. Long Jian rebuked angrily. Dragon's End smiled coldly and said, what the H-E-L does the Labyrinth Divine Palace count as? As long as our bloodline can break through the shackles and have a few more great beyond realm powerhouses appear, why worry that it can't succeed? Long Jian, you're a coward. Enough. Suddenly, Mijin shouted coldly, and said, "Dragons and you disappoint this progenitor too much. This progenitor is born from chaos and has experienced countless years. I haven't met anyone who could unify the 33 heavens yet. Furthermore, aren't you clear what the blood race is like? Asking a tiger for its skin, who gave you the courage?" Dragons and had long already fallen completely into madness and said with a wild laugh, "Mi Jun, you're the same as Mi Tian, that old fellow. Both gutless fellows. I think that you guys must have reincarnated wrongly. You should have gone to the south to be brothers with that old tortoise to begin with." Mi Jun's eyes turned cold, and the aura of great Tao instantly covered the entire heavenly dragon island. It was only to see him raise his dragon claw and directly press down. Dragons and was not willing to show weakness, his aura suddenly skyrocketing. Everyone's expression changed wildly. It was because his aura actually approached that of Mi Jun's. This guy is actually powerful to such an extent already. Long Jian said in shock. Boom. With one exchange, the entire heavenly dragon island started to shake. Dragons and was directly smacked flying out. It was not that Dragons and was weak, but that Mi Jun was really too strong. Yi Yuan's heart stirred slightly. It was his first time witnessing the might of a great beyond realm. This kind of power really made people despair. Supreme hegemons completely could not withstand a single blow in front of a great beyond powerhouse. Dragons and was very strong, virtually reaching the great beyond realm. But it was that tiny bit off in the end. Dragons and was bloodied all over, but he still let out a loud laughter and said, "Saw that, Mi Jun? Great beyond realm isn't lofty and out of reach too. I can do it as well." Mi Jun snorted coldly and said, "You're still lacking some level of attainment in the end." Finished saying, Mi Jun smacked another dragon claw down. One claw, heaven and earth changed colors, and the winds and clouds surged. Yi Yuan felt the aura of the door of eternal life from this claw. So strong. This level of existence. Every action and movement secretly contained heavenly Tao, as if heavenly Tao itself had descended, especially that they could actually muster the power of the door of eternal life. Bang! Dragons and was virtually scattered until this claw. Seeing this scene, Long Ran could not help doubting too. Could it be that he guessed wrongly? There was no problem with progenitor Mi Jun at all. Otherwise, how could he use such drastic measures, directly killing a great general under his command? Bang! It was another claw. Dragon Sand's physical body was virtually smacked into a pile of slush. Mi Jun said coolly, "Dragon Sand, it ends here." Dragon Sand did not care about Mi Jun, but he looked toward Yi Yuan instead and said fiercely, "Brat, it's all you. If not for you, this seat's grand plan would definitely have been able to succeed. Even if I die today, this seat will make you accompany me in death too." Swaz. H. Plus a terrifying aura instantly engulfed everything and swept over. Zhao Yu protected Yi Yuan, a hint of solemnness showing on his savage face. He felt Dragon Sand's might. Yi Yuan said coolly, "It's fine. With progenitor around, he can't jump around." Mi Jun gave Yi Yuan a glance and smacked a claw down once more. Boom! Dragon Sand's physical body immediately exploded to shreds. His dragon soul was also directly scattered. Everyone let out a long sigh in relief. I didn't expect it. Such a terrifying guy was actually hiding among us. Fortunately, he was discovered early. Otherwise, given time, progenitor Mi Jun probably couldn't have done anything to him either. It's all thanks to Yi Yuan, this kid. Otherwise, the consequences would have been too ghastly to contemplate. At this time, some people could not help thanking Yi Yuan. With an ambitious schemer like Dragons and around them, it was really too scary. Long Ran let out a long sigh in relief and was extremely remorseful in his heart. He felt that he should not have doubted progenitor Mi Jun. Yi Yuan, it's all thanks to you this time. Amen. Where is he? Long Ran was just about to thank Yi Yuan, but then he discovered that Yi Yuan was long gone already. 10 miles away, a figure flashed, imprisoning a drop of fresh blood in his hand. Above the void, Mi Jun's pupils constricted, looking at Yi Yuan in astonishment, while Yi Yuan grinned and looked at that drop of fresh blood in his hand as he said, "How is it? Are you very surprised? I said that I'd make you pay the price. I wasn't joking with you." Chapter 3000. Call Grandpa 3 times. Chapter 3000. Call Grandpa 3 times. Amen. What's Yi Yuan doing? What he's holding in his hand seems to be Dragon San's blood, right? Dragon San is already completely dead. What is he holding his blood for? It can't be that he can still revive, right? With regards to Yi Yuan's actions, everyone felt very perplexed. With dragons and dead, there was no idea how much blood in his body that was scattered all over the place. Yet Yi Yuan ran so far away to get a drop of blood and even placed a restriction. How baffling! But Mi Jun was extremely enraged in his heart. Just now, he put on a look of heartache and headache. It was merely just putting on a show, that was all. Dragon Zen was not dead at all. Of course, it was true that he killed Dragon Zen. In front of so many hegemons, it could not be faked as well. But in reality, Dragon Zen was just seriously injured and did not completely die. His essence, energy, and spirit were all merged into a drop of fresh blood. He killed dragons, and by blowing him up, there was blood everywhere. And, body would pay attention to the direction that a single drop of blood essence had gone to. Dragon Zen was a supreme hegemon. Furthermore, he was just a tiny bit away from great beyond realm. This kind of subordinate, how could Mi Jun possibly give him up so easily? Therefore, the two of them joined hands, carrying out this scheme that deceived everybody, who knew that this blood essence was just about to escape when it was seized by Yi Yuan. The hegemon realms all over the sky did not even detect it. So how could he tell? Mi Jun was going crazy. He had killing intent aroused and wanted to kill Yi Yuan very much. With his strength, killing Yi Yuan was merely a matter of a thought. Yet he could not. Killing Yi Yuan at this time now was tantamount to telling everyone that he was the main culprit behind the scenes. Doing so would be equivalent to alienating himself from the dragon race. It was true that he was the dragon race's progenitor, but wanting to actualize his ambitions, he needed the entire dragon race as the backing. He could not do it alone. Otherwise, with how the Chaos Bloodstone was extremely strong, there was completely no need to create a blood race to help him attack cities and seize fortresses. Yi Yuan had calculated this as well. That was why he would take action. Otherwise, he would rather let Dragon Zen go. Yi Yuan was different from Long Ran. He never believed Mi Jun from start to end. Therefore, he had always remained vigilant, especially after Mi Jun killed Dragon Zen. Then, Yi Yuan detected a trace of undulation. The undulation of blood origin. Dragon Zen becoming strong naturally could not do without the blood race's support. He remolded his bloodline. It would definitely leave behind the aura of blood origin. Very unfortunately, Yi Yuan had a trace of the origin of chaos blood. And this trace of origin was even stronger than Mi Jun. He grabbed dragons and like he was pinching onto Mi Jun's vital point. Swuz. H. Plus Yi Yuan returned in an instant. After consuming a grade 7 heavenly pill, his injuries were already more than half healed. Yi Yuan, what are you doing? Long Ran said with a frown. Yi Yuan played with that drop of blood essence in his hand and said with a smile, If I say that he's dragons and you all definitely won't believe it. Long Ran could not help laughing and said, Yi Yuan, you're oversensitive. Progenitor's arcane eyes are exceedingly formidable. How can dragons and possibly hide from him? This drop of blood is merely a drop of ordinary dragon blood. That's all. Yes, this drop of blood essence looked exactly identical to ordinary dragon blood. Yi Yuan looked at Mi Zhen with a smile, looking like he was taking credit for someone else's achievements. Mi Zhen found it really unpleasant to the eye. However, got to admit, Dragon Sand's mental strength was very strong. Even until now, he was not willing to reveal a hint of flaw too. This drop of blood was calm like water. Yi Yuan, this progenitor is great beyond realm. With Dragon Sand's bit of strength, he can't hide from this progenitor. Just a drop of ordinary dragon blood. You're thinking too much, Yi Yuan. Mi Zhen said reluctantly. He never suspected Yi Yuan because Yi Yuan's level was too far from him. Of course, he admitted, Yi Yuan was very impressive. Kid, this seat knows that you like to be in the limelight. However, you've already shown off a lot too. This kind of method to talk big to impress people, don't take it out. You are questioning my dragon race's progenitor. Long Jian said in a solemn voice, Goodness gracious, what a severe crime. But I said before too, I'm a divergent cultivator. I even dare to question heaven. So let alone progenitor. In this world, I only believe in myself. Yi Yuan said coolly, Impudent, a measly little emperor cloud. Heaven actually dares to be so condescending. Long Jian said angrily. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said with a smile, It's not that I'm condescending, but that you're very silly and very naive. Don't you forget how dragons and schemed against you all. A cunning rabbit has 3 nests. Do you think that he'll really die so easily? Long Jian smiled coldly and said, Just a drop of ordinary dragon blood. That's all. You say that it's dragons and it's dragons and? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Then why don't we play a game? If I prove that it's dragons and you call Grandpa 3 times, all right? If I lose, I'll kneel down to progenitor and apologize, and I'll destroy my Tao heart. Long Jian's expression turned somber, very surprised in his heart. This boy was actually betting his Tao heart. Could it be that there was really a problem? But even progenitor clearly could not see through this thing. Why not? In the end, Long Jian still chose to trust progenitor. He did not believe that dragons and could hide from progenitor. It was just that he did not know that dragons and progenitor were in cahoots to begin with. He was destined to lose this bet. Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said to Feng Qingxian, Hey, lend your nirvanic rebirth fire. After roasting, we'll know the truth. Mi Zhen's heart thumped. This brat had such vicious means. Nirvanic rebirth fire could burn all things in the world. It was one of the most powerful means of the phoenix race. Under the grilling of such blazing fire, dragons and would definitely reveal his true colors. Normally, Feng Qingxuan's meager strength naturally could not do anything to him, but he was only left with a drop of blood essence now, and was weak to the extreme. Otherwise, he would not have been directly grabbed by Yi Yuan too. Amen. This was all thanks to Mi Zhen. Mi Zhen regretted it to the extreme now. If he knew long ago, he would have gone easy just now. Leave dragons and with some vitality, and he could have escaped from Yi Yuan's hands too. But in order to make things authentic, he directly struck ruthlessly. Feng Qingxuan's beautiful eyes stared, and she said with a cold snort, I'm not called, hey? Also, is this your ATT? I toot of asking people for help? Seeing that Yi Yuan was about to turn around and directly ignore her, she hurriedly said, Hand it over. You're really petty. Boom. The terrifying Nirvanic rebirth fire instantly ignited. Dragon Sand's endurance was indeed incomparably strong. Over 15 minutes Pa said. Dragon Sand's blood essence did not stir at all. Long Jian smiled coldly and said, "Is that the dragons and that you're talking about? Kid, one must be willing to lose if they bet. Kowtow to progenitor and atone for your crime. Enough, boy. It ends here. In this world, there's nothing that can escape this progenitor's arcane eyes." Mijin finally could not hold back and spoke up. Right at this time, an abnormality suddenly occurred. Pa, pa, pa. Crackling sounds emitted from the Nirvanic rebirth fire. Amidst the flames, a Hoa, R.S. yell came over, ARGHHHH. Little brat. Yi Yuan, this seat can't coexist with you under the same sky. Proj, Pa. A force fired out. The blood essence was directly blown up. Dragon Sand's remnant soul was directly obliterated by Yi Yuan. At the final juncture, he wanted to ask Mi Zhen for help, but Yi Yuan could not let him call out. Once Mi Zhen was exposed, the consequences would be too terrifying. Therefore, he killed dragons and right away. Then he looked at Long Jian and said with a smile, "How about that? Want to concede defeat and call Grandpa 3 times for me to hear." Chapter 3001, Eternal River. Chapter 3001, Eternal River. Before he had time to cry out in surprise, Long Jian's face immediately pulled as long as a horse's face. He, an exalted supreme hegemon, needed to call Yi Yuan as his grandpa? You're freaking courting death. Dragonzan, I and Amp wink with a frown %. Dollar. Although Dragonzan was already completely dead, Long Jian still cussed out his entire family cordially. Ha ha ha. Senior Long Jian, just kidding with it. You don't have this expression. Yi Yuan said with a loud laugh. I at hashtag asterisk and amp. $% asterisk. Couldn't you say earlier? However, Long Jian let out a sigh of relief. This kid was considered sensible. Humph. Boy, consider it that you've rendered a contribution. Long Jian said in a solemn voice. The others were long already stunned, based on the fact that even progenitor Mijin could not see through, Yi Yuan could see through it. This kid was also too monstrous, right? In contrast, Yi Yuan immediately seemed to become big and tall. One had to know progenitor Mijin was one of the top hegemon powerhouses in the 33 heavens. Even he could not tell how shocking Yi Yuan's actions were. Yi Yuan killing dragons, and also refreshed the 3 outlooks on life that East Billow region's geniuses had of Yi Yuan. This guy really had endless trump cards. However, they also secretly let out a sigh of relief. If Dragonzan escaped, the consequences would really be too dreadful to contemplate. Yi Yuan looked at Mijin and said sarcastically, Progenitor, I didn't expect that you'd have times where you make an error of judgment too. How majestic was the enormous dragon soaring in the air. But at this time, the scene appeared to be a little awkward. Well done. Kid, I didn't expect that you still have quite the means. Mijin had no choice but to force a laugh and even praised Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled modestly and said, Not at all. Progenitor is too kind. Ridding the dragon race of evil is what every clansman should do. Mi Zhen had a myriad of profanities galloping across in his heart. His heart ached to the extreme. Dragonzan was a powerhouse who had a foot stepped into the great beyond realm. He was gone with just a pah. You've made a considerable contribution this time. What reward do you want? Mijin grumbled. I want to enter the Eternal River. Yi Yuan said without the slightest hesitation. Eternal River? With your meager strength, entering the Eternal River is useless, Mijin said somewhat surprisedly. Kid, you'd best be more well-behaved and to cultivate by following the standard routine. Don't reach beyond your grasp. Long Jian also said in a solemn voice. Long Jian's personality was level-headed. He always felt that Yi Yuan was too full of himself. This kind of personality was not conducive to cultivation. However, after experiencing Dragon Sand's matter, he also viewed Yi Yuan in a different light and felt very optimistic about him. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I just heard that the Eternal River is the source of the dragon race. I want to enter to see it. Perhaps there might be unexpected gains? All the hegemon realms had black lines on their heads. This guy really made people speechless. Eternal River meant the eternally flowing river. It was said that this river ran throughout all the heavens and worlds. It was the mother river of all worlds. Every heaven and myriad worlds all originated from the Eternal River. No one knew where the source of the river was. However, the 33 heavens were all on the branches of the Eternal River. It was a river and also not a river, like Mi Tian, Mi Jun, Hegemon Samsara, and the rest of the chaos bodies. They were all born here. Somebody said that the source of the Eternal River was the door of eternal life. The river water flowed out of the door of eternal life, evolving into the heavens and myriad worlds. This version was very popular. However, no one knew what the truth was. This was because even those as strong as Mi Tian and Mi Jun were unable to explore the source of the Eternal River too. The vast majority of hegemon realms would gain enlightenment in the Eternal River, seeking the great beyond. Why was Void Shrine illuminating heaven powerful? It was because it was at the uppermost location, at the Eternal River. The aura of chaos was the richest. The first time one entered the Eternal River, the chaos aura in the Eternal River would give the cultivator endless benefits. Therefore, to Origin Realm powerhouses, this place was the best place to break through. Mi Jun's meaning was also this. Yi Yuan was just Emperor Cloud Heaven now. Entering the Emperor Cloud Heaven was too wasteful of the opportunity. But Yi Yuan said that he wanted to enter to see it. This way of doing things that was a wanton waste of Ji. Oh, these good gifts made people feel indignant. Yi Yuan was naturally not doing it to take a look. He was doing it for Mi Tian. If Mi Tian wanted to recover, he had to enter the Eternal River. However, to Yi Yuan, there was indeed not much meaning about whether or not to enter the Eternal River. He was a divergent cultivator. His hegemon tribulation would definitely be terrifying to the extreme. It actually did not matter where he broke through. All right, that's up to you too. Long Jian, you make the arrangements. In addition, investigate Dragon Sand's matter to the bottom of it. Those who are involved with the blood race, punish them all with due severity. Yes, Long Jian answered. Mi Jun gave Yi Yuan a meaningful glance and disappeared into the void. Everything returned to tranquility, but Yi Yuan sneered in his heart. His arrangements before he left seemed to be very harsh, but actually it was equivalent to farting. Dragons and did things so cautiously. How could it be found so easily? Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to have controlled Blood Dragon Island for as long as 100,000 years under their eyelids. But the dragon race was completely clueless. Of course, this clearly had a lot to do with Mi Jun. As for Dragon Sand's remnant gang, how they investigated, who they investigated, this was all hard to say. Could it be that they would make these hegemon realms go through an investigation? Only Mi Jun, this progenitor, had this authority. Although Long Jian was a supreme hegemon, he could not hold down the fort yet. But Mi Jun himself directly ran. It was equivalent to saying that this matter had ended here. After this sudden turn of events, under Long Jian's arrangements, East Billow Region's geniuses settled down on Heavenly Dragon Island. Except These geniuses had too much blood essence being extracted and long already had their martial path cut off. In order to appease these people, Long Jian arranged for them to enter the eternal river together with Yi Yuan. As for whether or not they could break through their own shackles, that would depend on their own fortunes. In the dead of night, Yi Yuan finally sensed Mi Tian again. "Senior, nice skill," Yi Yuan exclaimed. Several 100,000 years had said, and Mi Zhen's current strength was long already unfathomable. But he actually did not see through Mi Tian. It could be seen that Mi Tian was also not a simple person. After so many years, this old man wasn't eking out a miserable existence either, Mi Tian said with a cold laugh. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "What does Senior think?" Mi Tian said, "You brat, do you still need to ask me? Hasn't everything in the dragon race been seen through by you already?" Yi Yuan said with vicissitudes of emotion, "So what if I've seen through it? I'm just an Emperor Cloud Heaven, after all. Great Beyond Realm is too strong." Today, having witnessed Mi Zhen's strength, Yi Yuan felt it deeply. Great Beyond Realm was He Gemin Realm too, but their strength was too strong. In front of Great Beyond Realm, Yi Yuan felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Mi Tian smiled and said, "Kid, it's been hard on you on this journey. Leave the rest to this old man. We're already here. If I still have to rely on you, then this Great Beyond powerhouse, would also be too incompetent." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "In Void Shrine illuminating heaven, the blood race hid very deeply. This matter is probably not that simple. The Chaos Bloodstone has a clone in every world. This world's clone has been scheming for hundreds of thousands of years. Its strength is probably unfathomable." Mi Tian shook his head and said, "It's not so easy. Unless he can get Chaos-grade bloodline, it's just a small-scale squabble. Let's talk about everything again after entering the Eternal River." Chapter 3002, What He Comprehended Isn't Right. Chapter 3002, What He Comprehended Isn't Right. What a boundless aura. This is the Eternal River. How beautiful. It feels like if I jump into the river, I'll be able to reach the great beyond. Maybe my martial Tao can recover in the Eternal River. Amidst the endless void, a large river cascaded down, magnificent and grandiose. The river water ran a long course from a remote source as if it was endless. It was like a fountain nories, plussing every heaven and myriad worlds. The strongest feeling that the Eternal River gave to people was unfathomable. Yi Yuan could even feel the Eternal River branches flowing into Void Shrine, illuminating heaven, supporting this world forever without extinguish. Plussing. However, this boundless aura was different from anywhere in the 33 heavens. It had no attributes, no origins, no rules, no wind, rain, thunder, lightning, and also no light nor darkness. But it was extremely powerful. It was even more powerful than Great Beyond Realm. This kind of feeling was not something that one could explain clearly and make people understand. "Kid, there's only one chance. You're sure that you want to enter the Eternal River?" Long Jian confirmed again. Yi Yuan grinned and leaped, jumping into the Eternal River. Long Jian nearly fainted in anger. This boy was hopeless. Humph! Not listening to the advice of the elderly, suffering is right ahead. This fool, let him go and regret it. Long Jian said crossly, this brat is young and aggressive, don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Many geniuses are like him, being too impatient to wait to enter the Eternal River, thinking that they can be remolded anew. But in the end, each and every one regretted it very much. The path of cultivation still needs to be advancing gradually and entrenching yourself at every step. This kid will regret it. As an emperor cloud heaven, he hasn't even broken one seal on the door of eternal life. He can't feel the vastness of the emperor cloud heaven at all. I reckon that he probably can't even break through a minor realm. Regarding Yi Yuan's action, many hegemons were waiting to watch the joke. The vastness of the eternal river was not what everyone could feel. Only by opening the door of eternal life's seal could one experience it more clearly. But Yi Yuan had not even opened one seal, and he already had delusions of grandeur about having some amazing performance. Was it possible? All right, you all enter the eternal river too. Remember, no matter how much you can comprehend, you all can't enter the mainstream. Otherwise, body can save you. Furthermore, even in the branch stream, the area that you all can move around in is limited too. If there's no effect, come on to land in time, Long Jian warned. Everyone's expressions were slightly somber, saying one after another yes. Several thousand people all jumped into the eternal river's branch stream. Long ran, don't harbor too much hope. Of these several thousand, if there can be 200 people who can get back their path of martial arts, we have to express thanks to heaven and earth already. For the others, the outcome is already fated to be, Long Jian said. Long Ran nodded and said, I know, but this is the only hope for them. Long Jian said, Yi Yuan, this boy has quite the means, but his ambition is too great, too tough, and it's easily broken. In my view, his future path of martial Tao might not be very high. Long Ran smiled and said, Is that so? But I feel that this boy has a bright future. Long Ran could not help laughing as he said, Long Ran, how many geniuses have you and I seen before? Some people are even more breathtaking than Yi Yuan, but in the entire dragon race, there are merely a scanty few dozen people who reached hegemon realm in the end. Long Ran smiled and did not speak. He naturally had his view. How could someone that progenitor Mi Tian thinks highly of possibly fade into the crowd? Yi Yuan, wasting the golden opportunity for you to enter the eternal river for my sake. I'm really sorry, Mi Tian said with a sigh. As a great beyond realm powerhouse, Mi Tian naturally knew how important the chance to enter the eternal river was, but Yi Yuan wasted it without the slightest hesitation for him. He was moved in his heart, but very ashamed and guilty. In the eternal river branch stream, Yi Yuan felt that every pore on his body had opened up. Senior, did hegemon chaos comprehend the wordless heavenly skill in the eternal river? Yi Yuan did not answer Mi Tian, but asked a question instead. Mi Tian was taken aback and said with a nod, That's right. This old man wasn't an amazingly talented person before, but when he broke through to hegemon realm, he entered the eternal river and had a grand awakening comprehending the wordless heavenly skill. That was how he corroborated his Tao to become a supreme hegemon. Why did you suddenly ask about this? Yi Yuan looked at this endless eternal river and was somewhat spellbound as he said, I think I comprehended. Mi Tian was taken aback and said, Comprehended? Haven't you long comprehended the wordless heavenly skill? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, What he comprehended wasn't correct. Mi Tian was speechless. Yi Yuan said, Chaos flows out of the eternal river, developing myriad Tao. Hegemon chaos is tracing the origin, imitating chaos heavenly Tao with his own cultivation, deriving all life. Little did he imagine that if he's unable to reach the great beyond, he wouldn't be able to truly trace it to the source. Without the source, where lies chaos? His path doesn't work. What kind of realm was Mi Tian at? With this bit from Yi Yuan, he understood. Hegemon chaos strength was exceedingly formidable. He was only half a step away from great beyond too. But this half a step was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Only now did Tian know that it was not that Hegemon Chaos was lacking in talent, but it was that his path was wrong to begin with. His cultivation method could only sustain him to cultivate until below Great Beyond, but was unable to let him ascend to the summit. Then isn't your cultivation path all wrong? Tian said in surprise. Yi Yuan said, it's wrong, but also not wrong. Tian frowned and said, how do you mean? Yi Yuan said, his path is the opposite. Under heavenly Tao, all lives are akin to ants. Since you're an ant, how do you transform Tao into one and give birth to all life? You think that you're standing sufficiently high, but actually, you're merely a frog at the bottom of a well, just what lies at the door of eternal life's end. And, oh, Body knows as well. You all, these existences born from chaos, might have a glimmer of hope, but it's definitely impossible for him. Chaos is too high. It's not what he can connect to. But by acting in a diametrically opposite way, gaining enlightenment on myriad great Tao, comprehending the numerous ways of life, combining Tao into one might be able to corroborate great Tao. Tian's pupils constricted, and he said, doesn't that mean that samsara, that old thing's path, is correct? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, the path of samsara, comprehending the numerous ways of life, feeling the samsara of the world, enshrouding mist soul physique, deriving myriad Tao, tracing back to the source. Cloud dream soul physique, dreaming for 3,000 years, gaining enlightenment on longevity in one day. These paths might all be correct, or they're all wrong. But all roads lead to Rome. The direction is correct. 1 Miles Tian understood. No matter what method you use to break open the door of eternal life, the final result was all the same. Only by comprehending all life and myriad Tao, combining the two into one, could one corroborate their Tao. Hegemon, samsara, walking a path all the way without turning back. But he trod out his own Tao and comprehended all life and myriad Tao with the Tao of samsara. With myriad Tao combining into one, his strength was strong to the extreme. Very clearly, Hegemon samsara had long comprehended, so his strength was unfathomable. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Tian felt like he was suddenly enlightened. Then what are you planning to do? Tian said. Yi Yuan did not answer. It was only to see countless light dots emitting from his body, like the stars in the night sky, following the eternal river's water as it rushed down in a torrent. Tian's pupils constricted, and he cried out in surprise, divine sense transforming into myriad. Chapter 3003, Reversing Cultivation Method. Chapter 3003, Reversing Cultivation Method. What is this kid doing? He broke down his enshrouding mist soul physique, and divine sense transformed into myriad. Is he crazy? Long Jian exclaimed. But by the side, Long Ran smiled and said, you're the crazy one. This kid had a grand awakening the moment he saw chaos. There are millions of origin seeds in his enshrouding mist soul physique. He's going to have his divine sense transformed into myriad, each portion comprehending origin. When he reaches grand completion, Emperor Sakra heaven, myriad origins returning to one, he might be able to break through the law of countless tens of thousands of years, becoming the first divergent cultivator, Hegemon. When Long Jian heard, he could not help being dumbfounded. Only then did he remember that Yi Yuan was a divergent cultivator since time immemorial, and, Body had ever stepped into the realm of Hegemon as a divergent cultivator. Without carrying out an extraordinary method, how could one do something extraordinary? Long Jian was unconvinced and said, doing so, he'll definitely suffer a great loss in strength. Forget about Hegemon realm. Even if it's Emperor Vast Heaven, he probably can't reach it too. But Long Ran was indifferent and said, Since this boy dares to do so, he must be prepared. You just watch. This divine sense transformed into myriad was different from Yi Yuan cutting his soul into two back then. Divine sense transforming into myriad. This was thoroughly stripping away his human soul clone, forming myriad of clones. The loss to the origin divinity was irreversible. Sure enough, after Yi Yuan's divine sense transformed into myriad, his entire person seemed to be drained, directly dropping two major realms, and was only Saint Sovereign Heaven. But in the next second, something even more shocking happened. Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was dropping at a speed visible to the naked eye. Long Jian's eye, A-L-L-S almost popped out, and he exclaimed, "What the H-E-L-L is this kid doing? He's actually going to disperse his cultivation?" With this, Long Ran was shocked too. Was this abandoning himself to despair? Putting aside crippling his human soul clone, he even took the initiative to disperse his cultivation. Carry on dispersing like this. Wouldn't he directly drop to lesser sublime, heavenly stratum? This kid can really make a mess. Putting aside that he turned Blood Dragon Island upside down, he even dared to rebut progenitor Mi Tian. Now, this guy just entered the Eternal River, and he turned the atmosphere foul everywhere. You look at the others. They don't have the mood to gain enlightenment on Tao anymore. They are all looking at him. Long Jian said speechlessly, with Yi Yuan causing such a big commotion, how could those geniuses who jumped into the Eternal River still be in the mood to cultivate? Even those hegemon realm powerhouses who were prepared to gain enlightenment on Tao were all not in a hurry to go down anymore, as well. No matter who came to the Eternal River, the first thing was definitely to borrow the Eternal River's power of chaos, to break through their own shackles. But Yi Yuan was good, directly severing his own origin divinity in half, and immediately dispersed his cultivation afterward. Freaking H-E-L-L, how impressive! What is this kid doing? His divine sense transforming into myriad, I can still understand that. But what's the meaning of dispersing his cultivation? Carry on dispersing like this. He'll become a good-for-nothing cultivation realm retrograding in the Eternal River. Yi Yuan is probably the first person through the ages. Ha! This kid is completely courting death. Origin divinity is greatly damaged, and he's still dispersing his cultivation. He wouldn't think that he can still cultivate it back, right? Trying to impress people by doing something sensational, does he think that it's very awesome like this? Many hegemon realms turned their noses up at Yi Yuan's way of doing things. How high were their horizons? Yi Yuan was equivalent to piling injuries on top of injuries like this. It would cause irreversible damage to his cultivation realm. He had basically cut off his own path of martial arts. But Yi Yuan could not hear the outside world's discussions a long time ago. He had already entered a realm of forgetting everything and himself. His thoughts were running at an extreme speed. A brand new cultivation method was constructed in his mind. Scattering cultivation was in order to cultivate anew, and also in order to create a cultivation method. The wordless heavenly skill was indeed a powerful to the extreme cultivation method in the 33 heavens. But after Yi Yuan's grand awakening, it was clearly not suitable anymore. This path was clearly a dead end. If he still continued walking, that would be moronic. When he just entered heavenly stratum, Yi Yuan's horizons were too shallow. The wordless heavenly skill was no different from a heavenly book to him. But now he had seen before D knows how many hegemon realms, and he had almost lost himself once in the origin C2. His current horizons were naturally different. Entering the Eternal River and feeling the authenticity of chaos, Yi Yuan instantly understood it. The wordless heavenly skill was very powerful. Yi Yuan could not deny this. It was also precisely because the wordless heavenly skill was powerful that Yi Yuan could take many less detours, such as now, taking the initiative to scatter his cultivation. He was actually reversing his cultivation method. Since he Gemin chaos path was going the reverse way, then he would just inverse it. But Yi Yuan also added his own comprehension in the middle of this, perfecting this new cultivation method and making his future path go further. In merely 1 month plus, Yi Yuan fell to Jade's sovereign heaven realm. The greater part of a month said again, Yi Yuan directly fell to sovereign realm. Half a year later, Yi Yuan no longer had a trace of divine essence undulation on his body, his cultivation realm directly returning to when he just entered heavenly stratum. 3 years later, people had already given up on Yi Yuan. He was already destined to become trash. Ha ha ha. I regained my martial arts path. I'm finally not a good-for-nothing anymore. Sniff, sniff. An East Billow region genius was crying with joy. I found it too. 10,000 years. I didn't expect that I could cultivate again. I broke through. Your father had a nirvanic rebirth. This time, body can stop my hegemonic path. In the East Billow, one East Billow region genius after another were inexplicably excited. Nothing was more stirring than finding your path of martial Tao again. We can regain a new lease of life, all because of Brother Yi. How is he now? This people remembered Yi Yuan and could not resist searching for Yi Yuan's figure in the eternal river. The moment they saw him, they stopped talking. Yi Yuan was currently exactly like an ordinary person. How can this be? Brother Yi is completely crippled? It doesn't make sense. Why did he cripple his own cultivation? Could it be that Brother Yi has some plan to cultivate from the beginning, who has such great willpower? Furthermore, dispersing cultivation causes tremendous deterioration to one's Tao foundation. It's virtually severing his road ahead. What plans can he have? Seeing Yi Yuan's miserable appearance, their hearts ached to the extreme. All lamenting for Yi Yuan, they radiated with vitality anew, but Yi Yuan had thoroughly become a cripple. This situation was not what they were willing to see. Long Jian nodded his head in approval and said, "The effect is better than I imagined. There are actually over 500 people who found their path of martial Tao again. Looks like there are really quite a few fine saplings in this batch. After grooming, there might really be those who can achieve Hegemon realm." Originally, Long Jian, they all estimated that it would be pretty good if there could be 200 people who regained their path of martial arts. Now, there were actually more than 500 of them, being more than double of what he estimated. Furthermore, the numbers were still growing continuously. This made Long Jian overjoyed. Long Ren snorted coldly and said, "These remaining ones are all geniuses from recent years. In 100,000 years, how many amazingly talented individuals, dragons and dragon wild, they all were forfeiting our dragon race's foundation." Long Jian nodded and said, "You're right. However, it's somewhat regrettable about Yi Yuan, this kid." Sigh. Chapter 3004, Chaos Heaven Trampling Skill. Chapter 3004, Chaos Heaven Trampling Skill. Although Yi Yuan had once made a fool out of him, Yi Yuan's talent and conduct still brought Long Jian into submission. Therefore, he still felt very optimistic about Yi Yuan. But he did not expect that Yi Yuan actually ruined his own future in the Eternal River. This made him sigh endlessly. Sigh, already completely crippled. I really don't know how he was triggered to do this, to actually scatter his cultivation. Long Ren also had a look of anger from his failure to live up to expectations. Origin divinity greatly damaged. Tao foundation crumbled. This boy is already hopeless. Even if he can recultivate anew, he should already thank his lucky stars to be able to cultivate to sovereign realm. Long Jian shook his head and directly gave Yi Yuan the death penalty. Origin, divinity, greatly damaged was not a big deal to them. But Tao Foundation collapsing was something that body could save. And right at this time, Yi Yuan, who was in the Eternal River, slowly opened his eyes. Boom. Suddenly, an Astones. H.I. plus ing aura erupted in the Eternal River. A vortex actually appeared in the Eternal River. This whirlpool grew bigger and bigger, and increasingly stronger. Amen? What happened? Why would the Eternal River's branch stream become so berserk? This is something that has never happened before. Long Jian said in shock. The greatest characteristic of the River of Chaos was that it was quiet. This was a river flow that never rested, and also an incomparably quiet river flow. But at this time, the silent chaos actually became extremely berserk. My goodness, I can't comprehend anymore. What happened? Isn't this wanting people's lives? The power of chaos is already completely in havoc. How will people still cultivate? Which be A-S-T-A-R-D, is it? Come out. Your father won't hack you to death. Those geniuses were all enraged to the extreme. 3 years of comprehension. The vast majority of the people present had actually already reached the bottleneck. But the chance to enter the Eternal River for the first time was something that only happened once in a lifetime. Even if it was a minute, a second, it was very precious to them. Therefore, many people could not resist letting loose a torrent of abuse. And at this time, the vortex became bigger and bigger. Long Jian's pupils constricted, and he cried out in shock, "It's Yi Yuan. What is this boy going to do again? Is he absorbing the Eternal River's water? Is he crazy?" Everyone entering the Eternal River was to feel that boundless and everlasting aura of the Eternal River in order to gain insights. The power of chaos in the Eternal River was the most fundamental power in the world. Of course, it could be absorbed, but it could not be refined at all. It was a form of energy too, but it was a kind of very blunt energy. It could not be converted to divine essence at all. Someone tried it before. He was even a hegemon realm powerhouse. In the end, he died, stuffed to death. The power of chaos entering the body completely blocked up the meridians within the body, and he died with divine essence completely exploding within the body. Putting it bluntly, this thing could not be utilized by people. Only when the power of chaos flowed into the heavens and myriad worlds, and a portion of the power of chaos converted into heaven and earth spiritual energy, could it then be absorbed. Now, Yi Yuan actually wanted to absorb this thing. This boy really courts death limitlessly. It's not enough that he played until he crippled himself. Is he going to thoroughly play himself until he dies? Long Ran was already speechless. As a hegemon, having lived for several 100,000 years, he felt that he had already seen and experienced a lot. He had seen before too many geniuses, but he had really never seen before a guy who sought death like this. Long Jian was suddenly enlightened and said, "I understand. Is it possible that this kid saw the boundless power of chaos in the Eternal River? So he was suddenly hit with inspiration and started scattering his cultivation to absorb this thing? Does he think that by absorbing this power of chaos, he's still able to cultivate back? How foolish is this boy?" In the Eternal River, Yi Yuan started absorbing the power of chaos. He had long detected that this power of chaos was higher level than heaven and earth spiritual energy. However, this power of chaos was very dull and could not be absorbed at all. And in these 3 years, he had been using the wordless heavenly skill to mutually corroborate with the power of chaos all this while. He already created a cultivation method that belonged to him. What the wordless heavenly skill cultivated was the power of chaos. What was cultivated was also chaos divine essence. Except the power of chaos that it cultivated did not jump out of the scope of heaven and earth essence energy. All the way until Yi Yuan saw the eternal river did he truly understand what was called chaos. Cultivation method operating. The power of chaos entered his meridians. That turbid power appeared incomparably sluggish, unable to revolve at all. But Yi Yuan had the Tao sword. The quintessence of Yi Yuan's new cultivation method was his Tao sword. The Tao sword was Yi Yuan's sword to defy the heavens. In a certain sense, he had transcended the scope of heavenly Tao and was not tolerated by heavenly Tao. Therefore, using it to harness the power of chaos was the most appropriate. When the power of chaos entered the Tao sword, Yi Yuan revolved his cultivation method. Not long after, an archaic and thick divine essence flowed out of the Tao sword and entered Yi Yuan's forelimbs and bones. Yi Yuan could feel that this chaos divine essence was several times stronger than his previous chaos divine essence. However, this power of chaos was indeed too strong. Yi Yuan's Tao sword realm was not high. The conversion rate was very limited. Large quant. 1. Ties of chaos power entered the meridians, but what was converted into chaos divine essence in the end was very little. Therefore, Yi Yuan needed large amounts of chaos power. This was also why the eternal river suddenly became violent. However, Yi Yuan had the foundation of Emperor Cloud Heaven after all, coupled with his powerful new cultivation method. Recultivating to lesser sublime heavenly stratum was not a big deal. 2 hours later, Yi Yuan broke through to lesser sublime heavenly stratum anew. Longjian was shocked. How is this possible? He can actually absorb the power of chaos in the eternal river? Furthermore, he broke through? Hasn't his Tao foundation collapsed already? Why is it so easy to cultivate? Longjian felt like his worldview was being subverted. He felt that, as a supreme hegemon, there were really not many things that he did not understand in this world anymore. But now, he discovered that Yi Yuan, this fellow, was really an enigmatic existence. His every action and movement, he could not even see through it. From start to end, he had been mocking Yi Yuan for being naive and ignorant. But now, Yi Yuan actually really started absorbing the power of chaos. And he even started cultivating. Reality was blatantly face-slapping. All these had transcended the scope of his understanding. Longran was also surprised and said, "Hang on. His cultivation method is different from before. It seems diametrically opposite. Could it be that he created a new cultivation method? Furthermore, this cultivation method can absorb the power of chaos in the eternal river?" Thinking up to here, Longran could not help drawing a cold breath. This kind of thing, forget about them. Even if it was great beyond realm powerhouses, it was simply impossible to accomplish too. If they could absorb the power of chaos here, they would have long absorbed it. Could they still have waited until now? But Yi Yuan, this good-for-nothing, did it. Kid, you're really remarkable. This cultivation method sets the world on fire. I'm somewhat looking forward to your future now. Kid, have you thought of how to name this cultivation method? Mitian said excitedly. He witnessed the birth of this cultivation method with his own eyes. When Yi Yuan absorbed the first wisp of chaos divine essence, he was dumbstruck with amazement. Only then did he learn that it turns out that the power of chaos could be absorbed and refined. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, "I'm a divergent cultivator, destined to fight with heaven in the future. Since that's the case, I'll call it Chaos Heaven Trampling Skill." Chapter 3005. Such a big disturbance? Chapter 3005. Such a big disturbance? Fine lad, you're really gutsy. You're going to trample heaven underfoot. When Meteon heard those words, he could not help drawing a cold breath. Heavenly Tao was boundless. The more he reached such a realm, the more he could feel the fathomlessness of heavenly Tao. Putting aside other things, just this eternal river was an existence that they could not cross. What they pursued was merely just pa-s, sing through the door of eternal life and transcending to the great beyond. That was all. But even if they really transcended, they also did not dare say to trample heavenly Tao underfoot. But Yi Yuan dared. Heaven wants to eradicate me. So why can't I trample the heaven? Being alive in this world, it's to ask to be quick to settle grudges and favor. Heavenly Tao has a spirit, and I'll trample him underfoot. Heavenly Tao is boundless. Then I'll control him in my hands. Yi Yuan was filled with lofty sentiments, as he said. Meteon could not help smiling bitterly as he said, I hope that when you reach my realm, you still dare to say such things. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior doesn't know my road to rise. So, you don't know what I think in my heart. No matter what kind of realm I reach, this is the Tao in my heart, and it won't change. The people discussed the cultivation method, but a great storm had already arisen in the outside world. The eternal river whirlpool grew bigger and bigger and already affected hegemon realms. The cultivations of many hegemon realms were interrupted by these tumultuous eternal river waters. A dragon race hegemon flew into a thunderous rage as he said, Motherf asterisk cur, which Tortoise's grandson actually dares to cause trouble in the eternal river. This seat will exterminate you. Another hegemon cried out in surprise, Emen, it's that boy Yi Yuan. Hasn't he become a cripple? How did such a big disturbance come about? He's absorbing the power of chaos to cultivate. He scattered his cultivation in order to absorb the power of chaos here. Freaking H-E-L-L. Is this boy crazy? The power of chaos here can't be absorbed at all. He's courting death. Your father just had a bit of comprehension, and it was all ruined by this punk. Your father is telling you, if not for that, this kid rendered a great contribution. Your father would directly pinch him to death. Beyond the shock, the hegemon powerhouses were extremely furious. You messed around yourself and even did not let your father cultivate. This was called occupying the latrine and not taking a dump. However, Yi Yuan was not stuffed until he exploded. His realm was still getting higher and higher. Lower lesser sublime heaven to middle lesser sublime heaven, then to upper lesser sublime heaven, Yi Yuan's aura grew stronger and stronger. Along with it, the chaos vortex grew larger and larger. Looking from the sky, it was like a nebula being extremely beautiful. Of course, the turmoil of the eternal river branch stream also grew increasingly fiercer. The dragon race hegemons were no longer able to cultivate. On the other hand, along with the Pa-S, Sage of Time, the power of chaos also gradually flowed into Meteon's dragon heart. This chaos true dragon started resurrecting. He was born in the eternal river. This place was like his mother river. Everything seemed to like returning to his mother's womb. The dragon heart started to draw nutrients. Half a year later, Yi Yuan reached grand completion, lesser sublime heavenly stratum, and broke through to greater sublime heavenly stratum in one stroke. Boom! The water of the eternal river became even more violent and already affected the other few branch streams of Void Shrine, illuminating heaven. At the White Tiger Clan, more than 10 hegemon realm powerhouses were currently comprehending Tao in their eternal river branch stream. Suddenly, a roar rose to the sky. I hashtag %, email protected, #hashtag. Just a bit more, and your father is about to gain enlightenment on Tao. How is this person so F? You see, King Wicked, It's the dragon race. Long Jian, the few of you tortoise grandsons, do you really think that your grandpa tiger is scared of you guys? Swuz. H. Plus this supreme hegemon headed toward the dragon race with a cry. Vermilion Bird Clan, Fire Phoenix, Yuan Chu, Qing Wan, and the rest of the branch clan hegemons were all furious. Humph! What's the dragon race doing? The entire Eternal River is turned completely upside down. Sisters, let's go together and get an explanation. Under the suggestion of the Qing Wan clan's supreme hegemon, more than 10 hegemon realm powerhouses headed toward the dragon race. The Black Tortoise clan's old tortoises were a little simple-minded, but at this time, they flew into a thunderous rage too. Many hegemons headed for the dragon race. Apart from them, some of the other true spirit hegemons also came to the dragon race one after another. The entire void shrine illuminating heaven was completely in chaos. Lord Longjian, things are bad. The White Tiger clan's hegemon, Baiji, has brought more than 10 tiger race hegemons to come and denounce publicly for crimes. Long Min entered the Eternal River's void in a panic and reported. Long Jian said coolly, panicking for what? Let them wait. A mere White Tiger clan, can they still overturn the heavens? The dragon race's might was not said for fun. They had the most hegemons and were the strongest. More than 10 hegemons denouncing publicly for crimes. If it were anywhere else, it would absolutely be a heaven-shocking major event. But in the dragon race, it was no big deal. Long Jian was most interested in Yi Yuan now. He really wanted to see just how far Yi Yuan could go. This guy would not really cultivate his cultivation realm back, right? If he could really do it, that would be really incredible. Everyone knew that the Eternal River's power of chaos was good stuff, but they were unable to make use of it. Long Jian also really wanted to know how strong Yi Yuan was. Hence, the dragon race really left the White Tiger clan there to be ignored. A few more days said. Long Min ran in panic again, and he said while sweating profusely, Lord Long Jian, things are really bad this time. The White Tiger clan hasn't left yet. The Vermilion Bird clans, Luan Qinghe, and the Black Tortoise clans, Xian Taiqing, have led more than 20 hegemon realms, and they all came. Long Jian gave Long Min a glance in surprise and said, such a big disturbance. Long Min smiled bitterly and said, too big. This boy cultivating in the Eternal River branch stream has already swept throughout the entire void shrine, illuminating heaven. Currently, the entire void shrine illuminating heaven is in havoc, not just the hegemon realms. With void shrine illuminating heaven falling into disarray, it's virtually going to be utter havoc. Long Jian swallowed his saliva and could not resist glancing at Yi Yuan and said crossly, this brat can really cause trouble. He just broke through to greater sublime, heavenly stratum. If he were to cultivate to Emperor Cloud heaven, wouldn't all the heavens and myriad worlds be in complete havoc? The Eternal River was the source of all worlds. When the Eternal River was in upheaval, all the worlds would naturally have all kinds of phenomena happen. Yet, Void Shrine, illuminating heaven, had a lot of hegemon realms. 3 great clans were joining hands and coming forth. Long Jian felt tremendous pressure too. Go, this seat will go out, and take a look. With progenitor Mi Zhen holding down the fort, I reckon that they wouldn't dare be unbridled too. Humph. Long Jian was still proud. The dragon race's greatest reliance was that they were a great beyond realm powerhouse. With progenitor around, what was there to be scared of? As soon as Long Jian showed himself, hegemon Baiji blew his top. He had waited here for 7 to 8 days already and did not even see Long Jian's face. How could he not be furious? But the dragon race had great power and influence. He really could not do anything about it. However, Wan Qinghe and Xian Taiqing were here too. He became filled with confidence at once. Long Jian, what's the meaning of this? What the H-E-L. L is your dragon race doing? It's throwing the entire void shrine, illuminating heaven, into a tizzy. If you don't give an explanation today, this seat will demolish your dragon clan. Bai Shi said. Long Jian said coolly, Bai Shi, don't talk rubbish with this seat. If you have the ability, try to do it for me to see. You. Bai Shi could not help choking. Let him demolish. He really did not dare. Brother Long Jian, you're in the wrong here. Although your dragon clan is the leader of Void Shrine illuminating heaven, now it's making people be in chaos. Our Vermilion Bird clan won't sit by idly and remain indifferent too. Wanqing has said coolly, our Xuanwu clan wants an explanation too. Xian Taiqing said coolly, Chapter 3006, Lord Longjian, they are here. Chapter 3006, Lord Longjian, they are here. No explanation. A brat is breaking through in the eternal river. It's that simple, Longjian said coolly. Breaking through? Longjian, are you taking all of us to be fools? In these countless years, those who broke through in the eternal river were numerous, but it's unheard of that anyone could cause the entire void shrine illuminating heaven to be in an upheaval. Bai Shi clearly did not believe it. Long Jian shrugged and said with a smile, You don't believe me? If you all don't believe me, follow me to the eternal river and you'll understand. Carrying doubtful feelings, Bai Shi and the rest entered the eternal river's void. Immediately, the expressions on all the hegemons' faces became blank. Really breaking through, Bai Shi's pupils constricted, and he drew a breath of cold air as he exclaimed, Is he absorbing the power of chaos? How is this possible? Long Jian said helplessly, When this boy entered the eternal river, he suddenly gained enlightenment. Then it became like this. This seat is very helpless too. Wan Qinghe said in surprise, Just greater sublime, heavenly stratum? It looks like he seems to have scattered his cultivation. Is he recultivating anew? In this case, the person who turned the entire void shrine, illuminating heaven upside down, is actually someone at the greater sublime, heavenly stratum. Xian Taiqing said speechlessly. Long Jian nodded his head. Those who saw Yi Yuan were all extremely shocked, because everything before their eyes had already subverted everyone's understanding. But after being shocked, Bai Shi's brows furrowed, and he said in a solemn voice, Long Jian, isn't he being too tyrannical by cultivating like this? If he cultivates for 10,000 years here, wouldn't we be unable to cultivate for 10,000 years? It shouldn't be, right? Long Jian said, awkwardly, What do you mean by that? Do you mean that the few dozen of us hegemon realms have to cultivate based on this boy's mood? Bai Shi said unhappily. Long Jian naturally knew that this was inappropriate, but Yi Yuan was currently mustering up a vigorous effort to do it in one go and could not be interrupted. He spread his two hands out and said, Then what do you think should be done? Bai Shi said in a cold voice, Make this kid stop. That's impossible. Long Jian directly rejected it. Bai Shi frowned and said, Long Jian, I know that your dragon race is very strong, but could it be that our 3 clans' hegemons added up can't compare to a greater sublime, heavenly stratum brat? If we really fall out, could it be that your dragon clan can still be our 3 clans' match? Furthermore, there aren't just our 4 symbols, family clans, in Void Shrine illuminating heaven. Long Jian's 2 eyes turned cold, and he said in a solemn voice, Are you threatening this seat? The atmosphere immediately became somewhat dangerously explosive. Long Jian had long realized that Yi Yuan might have comprehended something incredible. To the Dragon Clan, Yi Yuan's importance was self-evident. If Yi Yuan could really break the shackles of a divergent cultivator and become a divergent cultivator hegemon, the dragon race would surely add another great general to their ranks. Actually, ever since Mi Tian's demise, the dragon race's status was currently being weakened. Therefore, it was naturally impossible for him to let Yi Yuan's cultivation be interrupted without interfering. While on the other side, the supreme hegemons of the three clans had clearly realized this problem too. The rise of the dragon race anew was not what they were willing to see. Brother Longjin, how about we each take a step back? Wanqinghe suddenly said. Say it. Longjin said in a solemn voice. Why don't we set 1 year as the date? If this boy is still cultivating after a year, I hope that the dragon clan will take the initiative to wake him up. Wanqinghe said, No way. If you have to have a deadline, 3 years. Longjin directly interrupted. Wanqinghe nodded and said, Okay, 3 years it is. What do the two of you think? Baizhi said with a cold snort, Okay. Xian Taiqing also said, I don't have objections either. Wanqinghe said, All right, Brother Longjin, 3 years later, if this boy still insists on cultivating like this, don't blame our 3 clans for turning our blades toward the dragon clan. The 3 clans left, but Longjin felt tremendous pressure too. The strength of these 3 races added together was no joke. Longjin could not help feeling a headache, and said with a sigh, This boy can really cause trouble. Void Shrine, illuminating heaven's hegemon realm powerhouses, have probably all moved because of him. Long Ran smiled bitterly and said, However, this boy's potential is really very terrifying. His cultivation, this time, is because he scattered his cultivation. The divine essence within his body is empty. That's how he could accomplish it in one go. But if he wants to cultivate like this next time, he won't be able to do it. Cultivation was a slow, simmering process to begin with. It could not be rushed. Longren saw through it. If Yi Yuan could recover his strength in 1 stroke this time, that would naturally be good. But if he was interrupted, his cultivation in the future would yield half the results with twice the effort. Long Jian also smiled bitterly and said, 3 years is the limit that this seat can fight for. Against dozens of hegemon realm powerhouses. This seat is under a lot of pressure too. If I can't bear it, then I can only request progenitor to come forward. Infinite overcast, oath heaven, it was the hegemon land of the heavenly fiend race. Eternal river branch stream, the place closest to the mainstream. The heavenly fiend race's progenitor, great beyond realm hegemon Kong, Nya, was currently gaining enlightenment on the great beyond. Suddenly, the eternal river became violent. Amen? The eternal river is like an ancient well without ripples. It has always been very calm. What's going on here? Progenitor Kong, Nya said with a frown. However, he did not take it seriously either. With his strength, he could respond to any changes with ease, only to see his great beyond realm aura releasing, directly isolating the raging eternal river, and continued to comprehend. Several days later, his cultivation was interrupted again. The surrounding eternal river became even more violent. It had already completely consumed his territory. Progenitor Kong, Nya, gave a cold snort and said, This is the undulation coming from the Dragon Clan branch stream. Does Mi Zhen, that old thing, want to have a battle of magics with this seat? Can this seat still lose to you? Boom. Progenitor Kong, Nya, released his overwhelming aura and started fighting with the raging eternal river water. He attempted to suppress the violent eternal river, but very soon his expression changed. He discovered that he was completely not this power's match. The water of the eternal river became more and more violent. No way to cultivate anymore. Old man Mi Zhen, this ancestor at $# and amp, your uncle, Your father will be coming to Void Shrine, illuminating heaven. I want to see what the H-E-L-L-U, this old thing, is doing. Swaz. H. Plus, in an instant, Progenitor Kong, Nye's figure disappeared from the eternal river. The entire 33 heavens had no idea how many Hegemon realm powerhouses were letting loose a torrent of abuse. Then they came to Void Shrine, illuminating heaven one after another. For some time, the Hegemons from all the heavens came in throngs. On the S-H-O-R-E, Long Jian broke out into cold sweat. He wished to drag Yi Yuan up to beat him to death. Couldn't this boy make less of a disturbance? The 3-year deadline was about to be up in a twinkle. Not only did Yi Yuan not show the slightest signs of restraint, but he also caused an even greater commotion instead. The Eternal River's mainstream, the power of chaos, had become incomparably berserk now. Enormous waves, as high as heaven, would be set off at the drop of a hat. Even if he closed his eyes, he also knew that the other planes were already affected. Which of those cultivating in the Eternal River was not a big shot whose reputation shook the heavens? At this rate, it was very dangerous. Long Jian felt that he almost could not withstand it anymore. Boy, hurry up and wake up. At this rate, Void Shrine illuminating heaven is almost becoming the battlefield of all the heavens. Long Jian smiled bitterly and said, Lord Long Jian, Hegemon Ji Fan is here. Lord Long Jian, Hegemon Tang, she is here. Lord Long Jian, Progenitor Kong Nye, is here. Long Jian became speechless. Chapter 3007, Hegemons from every heaven arriving simultaneously. Chapter 3007, Hegemons from every heaven arriving simultaneously. Old man Mijan, if you still don't come out, this progenitor will turn your old nest upside down and kill off your dragon descendants. Progenitor Kong, Nye's voice blasted until the entire heavenly dragon island was wobbly. Each and every one of the peak hegemons and supreme hegemons that originally arrived in a threatening manner lowered their banners and silenced the drums. This ancestor was a great malefic star. All the heavens and myriad worlds, there were none who did not fear him when they saw him. Even some supreme hegemons also ran far away when they saw him. If not for the Dragon Clan having a great beyond realm ancestor holding down the fort, this old fellow would not be shouting here. He would directly exterminate Heavenly Dragon Island. At this time, the Hegemon powerhouses gathered on Heavenly Dragon Island reached as many as 100. Void Shrine illuminating heavens, 3 clans were also all present. Heavenly Dragon Island's powerhouses all felt their scalps tingle. Heavenly Dragon Island had never seen before such a grand lineup. Progenitor Kong, Nye, please calm your anger. We can work things out. Facing an existence like Kong Nye, Long Jian had no choice but to lower his head too and could only smile fawningly. But Progenitor Kong, Nye did not buy it and said with a cold snort, Long Jian brat, don't give this progenitor that. So many people are here. You should know why this progenitor came. Where's old man Mijan? Make him get out. Otherwise, your father will really go on a killing spree. This progenitor's notoriety isn't a false reputation. Long Jian felt his scalp tingle and said with a bitter smile, my progenitor is currently in close seclusion. Progenitor Kong, Nye, please enter the clan to have a chat. Boom. Progenitor Kong, Nye threw a punch-out. A mountain range on Heavenly Dragon Island was directly leveled to the ground by him. The expressions of the dragon race powerhouses changed one after another. Progenitor Kong, Nye, was too strong. Meanwhile, the other hegemons had gloating looks. Keep talking, C, R, A, P, and it will be your clan the next time. This ancestor is saying it for the last time. get old man Mijun to come out. Progenitor Kong, Nye said in a solemn voice. Actually, he somewhat turned angry from Imbara. As Sment, previously in the Eternal River, it was considered that he had a showdown with Yi Yuan, but he was completely defeated in the end. Kong Nye thought that he had lost to Mijun. So he was very unhappy. Long Jian felt that he was collapsing. Kong Nye, this old fellow was not easy to serve. Rumble! The void trembled slightly. An enormous true dragon appeared from the void. It was Mijun who arrived. Old man Kong, Nye, you came to my dragon clan to act wildly. Do you really take it that this progenitor is kneaded out of mud? Mijun said angrily. Humph! You take a look at how many people are on Heavenly Dragon Island to settle scores with you. You turned the Eternal River upside down. Everyone can't cultivate anymore. You're still blaming this progenitor for coming to act wildly? Do you believe that this progenitor will fight with you right now? Kong Nye did not give in at all. Mijun fell silent. He had not been cultivating in the Eternal River these few years and really did not know what happened. He could not help looking at Long Jian and discovered that the latter was currently smiling bitterly. Long Jian did not hide it either, recounting the matter of Yi Yuan's cultivation. When the hegemons from all the heavens heard, each and every one were inexplicably shocked. What? It's actually not progenitor Mijun. A dragon race junior stirred up all the heavens. All these hegemon realms, are actually not a brat's match. Kong Nye wanted face a lot. Right now, his face was somewhat lost. He thought that he lost to Mijun, but who knew that he actually lost to a brat? Where would he, this fiend race ancestor's face, be put? Mijun, make that brat get out. Otherwise, don't blame this seat for killing my way into the Dragon Clan's Eternal River. Kong Nye said in a solemn voice. Baiji also spoke up in a timely manner. Long Jian, the 3 years deadline is up. You aren't going to go back on your words, right? Today, there are more than 100 hegemon realms here. Are you going to give everyone an explanation? A brat turned the Eternal River upside down. How preposterous! Each and every one of all the heavens hegemons lashed out in denouncement. Those who cross worlds to come were all not easy to deal with. There were many of them who were interrupted at the critical juncture of cultivation, and each and every one of them was angry. Mijun was also extremely shocked in his heart. He thought that letting Yi Yuan enter the Eternal River was just a small matter. Who knew that he actually got into such big trouble, disturbing the cultivation of more than 100 hegemon realm powerhouses? This was no joking matter. Even if he was a great beyond powerhouse, he could not quite withstand it too. Of course, he did not want to withstand it too. Long Jian felt that Yi Yuan was promising, but he had a stomach full of complaints with regard to Yi Yuan. Dragons and was his right-hand man, but he was entrapped to death by Yi Yuan. If not for fear of being exposed, he would have long smacked Yi Yuan to death with a slap. Right at this time, there was a tremor in the void. Another figure descended. When Long Jian saw the arrival, his scalp could not help tingling. Another great beyond powerhouse. When Kong Nye saw the arrival, he could not help laughing loudly and said, "Younger sister Chenyu, I didn't expect that you're here to..." With this progenitor wants to see whether Mijun, this old thing, still dares to be protective of his own, or not. Hegemon Chenyu, the feather race's ancestor, great beyond realm overlord. Currently, 2 mighty great beyond realm powerhouses were here to denounce publicly for crimes. It suddenly put the Dragon Clan on the fire to roast. The feather race were all beauties. This hegemon Qian Yu was a peerless great beauty. Her face was exquisite to the extreme, beautiful until it made people asphyxiate. Even when Kong Nya saw her, his I too'd relax significantly too. But currently, her face was cold as frost, looking at Mi Jun as she said in a solemn voice, Mi Jun, is your dragon clan going to offend the myriad races from all the heavens? Mi Jun's expression was somewhat ugly, cursing Yi Yuan 18 times in his heart. This punk was really capable of causing trouble. Go, call Yi Yuan over to apologize to the seniors. Mi Jun said in a solemn voice. Progenitor. Long Jian said unwillingly. During the past years, Yi Yuan already broke through to limitless, sublime, heavenly stratum. Right now, he was currently at the critical moment of salting sovereign heavenly stratum. Calling him out at this time would be wasting all his previous efforts. He was currently already very certain that the cultivation method that Yi Yuan created was very remarkable. If Yi Yuan could rise, it would definitely be very beneficial to the Dragon Clan. Interrupting Yi Yuan now was tantamount to ruining the Great Wall themselves. Didn't you hear what this progenitor said? Mi Jun's tone became cold. Long Jian stood where he was but did not move. After a moment of silence, he raised his head boldly and said, Progenitor, Yi Yuan has tremendous potential. Our Dragon Clan should shoulder this matter. Mi Jun knew that Long Jian was a straightforward man, so he did not like him, and also knew that he was unable to completely obey his orders. Hence, that was why he chose dragons, and it was just that he did not expect that Long Jian actually contradicted him to his face. Ha ha! Mi Jun, you're really declining with age. You, the exalted progenitor, actually can't command your subordinates. I think that your Dragon Clan situation has really gone from bad to worse ever since Mi Tian. Kong Nya could not help laughing loudly when he saw this. Mi Jun's face was gloomy to the extreme. He stared fixed at Long Jian, killing intent ice cold. Long Jian did not speak, but the look in his eyes was extremely stubborn. Mi Jun snorted coldly and said, Since that's the case, everyone enters the Dragon Clan's eternal river together with this progenitor, then to invite this lord out. Kong Nya laughed loudly and said, All right, this ancestor also really wants to see what this brat who turned the eternal river into this situation looks like. Hence, Mi Jun brought the group of hegemons and headed to the eternal river. Looking at everyone's departing back view, Long Jian could not help sighing heavily. Just as everyone was about to enter the sageway, sageway flashed with light, and a figure slowly walked out.